Welcome, chat, to a brand new live stream of Lies of P. How are we all doing today? Happy Sunday, everyone. Welcome on back. We are here for day 2 of our Overture DLC journey that I cannot wait to experience. Absolutely cannot wait. Let me go ahead and swap over to the game screen, and let's get this show started, right? Let's get this show on the road. Let's do that. Hello, chat. Welcome on back. Hope you guys had a fantastic weekend. Hopefully you guys had a wonderful Sunday. If it is already Monday for you guys out there, then I do hope that your week ahead is very smooth, very easygoing, and, low stress, low anxiety, all that fun stuff. We are back today for a little tiny bit more of some Overture gameplay. As you guys might be able to tell, it is currently a little tiny bit past 10 p.m. in my local time zone. This is a very late stream today, which I apologize for. Essentially what happened is that, I had a homework assignment that was due tonight, and I thought, I didn't really take a good look at what the assignment was before today. I kind of just, glimpsed at what the subject was, and I didn't really pay too much attention to it. But then I found out that, instead of it being kind of like a short, quick assignment, kind of like a reading quiz that we sometimes have for my economics class, it was instead an assignment where I had to answer 10 different questions about a particular reading material. And, the answers that I gave to these 10 questions, they were not like very short, simple yes or no. It was kind of like going into detail, explaining some things about the concepts. So it took me a lot longer to complete this assignment than I, initially expected. And yeah, it took a good chunk of my day. Not only that, but, of course, as I, want to make sure that I do, like, my daily video game routine of, like, logging into Genshin, Wuthering Waves, Nikkei, and then also, checking YouTube, checking Twitch, every single day, going through that sort of schedule, right? I kind of did procrastinate a little bit on the economics homework, so it took me a little bit longer than I initially hoped, and that is kind of like the big reason why we are starting late today. But yeah, in any case, chat, we are here to enjoy this beautiful title screen music, the beautiful visuals, and explore more about the Overture DLC today. Yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and get the show on the road. Let's get the show started, shall we? I know it sucks, but I'm gonna have to basically stop the title screen music here. So yeah, chat, we're gonna hop into day 2 here. We're gonna continue on with our journey of Overture. Just to recap for those who don't know, the last place that we left off is we defeated a very annoying boss by the name of I think the name of the boss was like the Tyrannical Beast or something like that. I don't even remember the name of that creature, but it was more or less just like a giant, massive crocodile, and it was an absolute pain in the ass to fight that thing. I did not enjoy a single second of that fight. But we beat the giant beast, and we are ready to move on now, is what we're ready to do. Let me see here. So, we are in, I believe this is like the Botanical Garden. Yes, that's correct. And we're heading closer and closer to the main boss of this area by the name of Marchiona, I believe is how it's pronounced. So yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see how things turn out. Anyways, let's move forward, shall we, chat? Let's enter into this new place and see what kind of enemies there are here, what kind of items that there are hiding around.
This zoo is my domain, and you dare disturb it with your troublemaking, your ructions, your mischief. It's a wonder you've got this far, but abandon all hope of leaving here alive.
Okay, well, she made herself very clear, chat. We now understand. Yeah, very interesting. I have no idea what this enemy is. I don't know if this is a difficult enemy or an easy enemy. Oh, this thing can block. Ooh. Oh, okay. This enemy has moves. Nice, okay. So it can't really, like, block against that. Ooh, wow, it can interrupt you. Interesting, okay. That is a fascinating enemy. Yeah, I will say that's a very dangerous enemy. We don't want to mess around with a lot of those, for sure. Oh, there's another one right there, and it's like, is it like worshipping that statue? Alright, here we go, chat. Nice. Can I backstab this thing? It seems I can't. Nice, okay. So at least we know there is a way to kill these things by basically using the puppet string. Yeah, that's like the simplest, easiest way to get around these mechanics, right? I'm gonna guess this is a locked door. Yeah, it's a locked door. Okay, so this is a shortcut. We gotta remember that. Okay. Okay, okay. Oh, I saw the backstab symbol, chat. You can backstab them. Okay, okay. That's good to know. That is good information to have. Hola, Osito. ¿Cómo estás? Hope you're doing well. Oh, that's a gunner. Ooh, I don't like that gunner. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You, come over here. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Very, very nice. ¿Estamos ganando? We will see. Ahora no estamos ganando, pero soon, hopefully. Ah, too far away. Okay. Okay, very nice, very nice. How did my weapon degrade so much? Oh my god, chat. Down to 50% durability. I see this bozo. He ain't hiding. He ain't tricking me. Okay. Nicely done. Easy peasy.
Whoa, get a look at this impressive handiwork. I've seen something like this before, but... Wait. Ever heard of the legendary stalker? If not, just keep going. I'll explain later.
Oh, are we about to meet her? We might be about to meet her. That would be awesome if we were. Okay, I don't know if this is going forward or not. When you saw these puppets, you were automatically reminded of Atomic Heart. Oh, I know that game. Yeah, I know that game. That is a good point. Yeah, these puppets kind of do, you know, they kind of do remind me, yeah. Oh, this thing throws ergo projectiles. Ooh, that's not good. I definitely do not want to fight multiple of those things. Oh, it's a homing missile. Okay. Okay. When a bear approaches you, you can play dead and not be attacked for a moment. I did know about that. Yeah. They taught me. Yeah, there's the brand new gesture. I remember that. Oof, this is nerve-wracking. Okay. Okay. Not bad, not bad. This guy is not hiding. I can clearly see him. Wow, okay. Wow. That is absolutely tragic. Absolutely tragic. I should have waited, like, instead of using puppet string at the very beginning, I should have waited, basically, until he did the, electrical, projectile, right? I should not have used puppet string immediately. I forgot that there's two of them. Dude, these enemies have like a really fast counterattack. I think what you have to do is you have to basically always strike once and then immediately block. I don't think that you can do anything beyond that. There we go. Alright, I remember there's the gunner over here. There's the one that kind of pops out. Yep. This thing. Come over here. Ugh, that kick is so annoying. There we go. Alright, let me take care of the gunner. Nice. Yo, what's going on, Juicy? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Okay, nicely done, nicely done. Alright, get over here. We ain't got time to mess around. Appreciate that gift sub. That is a very, very kind thing for you to do, Juicy. Get over here. Stop being a wimp. Come on. There we go. Okay, maybe I can drag this enemy over to me. Okay, nice. There we go. Easy peasy. Let's see. Modified said, how do you find this level of the zoo? So far, this level is interesting. I like the design of this place. It's really, really nice. The enemies, not really something that I love. These enemies are kind of just a pain in the ass, in my opinion. But, you know, we will, we'll figure out how to get to this area soon enough. I will say, you know, before this area, right? We had that major boss. The major boss of the area that was like a giant crocodile. I hated that thing. I thought it was like an absolutely horrible enemy. Dude, this thing needs to chill out with the attacks. Dude, the kind of like capabilities this thing has against midair, insane. Okay. Let me try out this Legion arm. I've actually never tried this. Nice. Nice. Okay. Okay. Nice. Sit your ass down, big boy. There we go. There we go. Get fucked. Nah, you ain't messing around with me. There we go. Alright, let's grab this item. Ancient Disc. A small disc said to have originated from the depths of the ancient ruins in Krat. A collector who recognizes its value will pay a commensurate sum for it. An ancient disc engraved with mysterious symbols. Whether these symbols represent a god or a devil remains unknown. Ooh, okay, okay. Let's see here. How are you liking the DLC so far? You're stuck on this area's boss. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that, Juicy. I feel like this area, with how everything has been set up so far, I think the boss is absolutely going to kick my ass so hard. I think it's going to be absolutely painful. I have no doubt about that. But, yeah. I think, like, you know, everything about the DLC in terms of the vibe of it, you know, the music and everything, it feels so cool. It feels so fresh, right? And I think that it's an amazing extension to the base game, right? So I'm enjoying it so far. My opinion might change whenever I encounter the major bosses and I get absolutely demolished right to my face. So, yeah. Hated the crocodile too. It just pushed you into walls the entire time. Yeah, exactly. I do not like the mechanics of that fight. Not a single bit. That's what you saw on my last stream. Yeah. That enemy was painful. Absolutely painful. I thought I blocked that. Nice. Okay. Okay. There we go. Down you go. Down you go. Hello there, Mr. Sword Hand. I know you. I've fought you before. Bye-bye. Oh, there's a Juggernaut guy. Damn, bro is, like, absolutely taking it out on this, carcass gorilla monster thing. Okay. Nice. I thought I blocked that. Bye-bye. Emergency Directive 1. Ooh. Alright, let's see here. Emergency Directive number 1. This is an emergency directive from the Order, set to the highest priority. Intelligence gathered indicates that a puppet currently heading to Krat Zoo could significantly affect the Order's plans. Specific details cannot be shared, but the leaders have confirmed the continued autonomous operation of the target possesses or poses a significant threat to our future. Marchiona and the alchemists under her command are hereby ordered to stop the target's advance at all costs. Any puppet acting alone must be considered a threat. Emergency Directive number 1 is now in effect. Damn, okay, so I'm assuming they're talking about me. They're talking about Pinocchio. That has to be it. And if it's not it, then I am a little bit confused, but in any case. Okay, so this is a shortcut, right? Back to the beginning? It is. Okay, perfect. So we go over here, and we go through here, and up the ladder we go. Thanks for the advice about the capacity and P organ. It helped a lot. Oh yeah, no, let me tell you something. I think that, you know, honestly, I had to kind of learn about it the hard way, sort of, with the capacity, where, you know, I was playing through the game, and I kind of realized that, you know, a lot of the good items in the game, when you take a look at how much they weigh, it's a lot. And so if you want to equip all of the really good items, including the defensive parts, the amulets, the weapons, right, the Legion arms, it's pretty heavy. So you have to be very careful. And the more that I played Lies of P, the more that I was like, you know what? Capacity seems to be extremely valuable, especially if you are wanting to carry things and wanting to use your Legion arm a lot more. So I was like, okay, I am going to focus on leveling capacity, because if I neglect it, I'm going to suffer and I'm going to struggle a lot. So yeah, I basically kind of figured that out as I played through the game more and more, and as I struggled and as I kept dying to bosses, you know, it just hit me. It was a realization. And then the P organ thing, I was actually, so there's a streamer that I watch, and this streamer, he mainly does like challenge runs. So he'll play Souls games, and he'll do challenge runs where he does things hitless. He does things with like only using a certain weapon or a certain ability or whatever. And he's a very, very, very talented, very skilled challenge runner. And I remember that, you know, I was talking with him about Lies of P, and he said, you know, he asked me if I wanted to hear this like kind of spoilery information, and I was like, yeah, go ahead, like tell it to me, right? And he said, you know, after base game, the P organ, like there's more upgrades. It doesn't just stop at whatever phase 4, phase 5. As you play through the game more, you replay it over and over again, you unlock more P organ upgrades. And so that was like a very, very, very helpful piece of advice. And once I learned that there are, you know, multiple P organ upgrades that are unlocked at a later time, I was like, oh, okay. And I started focusing on unlocking the good ones and prioritizing the ones that are like most beneficial, most useful for me and my build and whatnot. So yeah, but I'm glad that it was able to help you, because yeah, I think that, you know, a lot of the time when it comes to Souls games and Souls-like games, it's a very, very common thought process to kind of fall into, where it's like, oh, well, you know, it's a Souls game, therefore, you know, just upgrade your damage and you can kill enemies easier. Problem solved, right? That's not always the case. Even if you have a ton of damage, if you're not able to survive for an extended period of time in a fight, you will, you know, you will struggle. And it's tough, right? Yeah. Nice. Ooh, first backstab I've gotten on one of these enemies. Nicely done. Okay, I need you to stop moving around. Thank you. There we go. Grindstone coating capsule. Restore special grindstone uses. Ooh, wait. Wait, that might be really, really good. Is that... I wonder if that's a consumable. Maybe that's something where, like, you can only, you know, use it, like, once, and then it's, like, done. It's gone. Okay. My weapon is really, really, really struggling here. Okay, okay. Alright. Yeah, this is not good. I've used up my wish stones and everything. Okay. I don't want to aggro both of them at the same time, so this is going to be very, very dangerous. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I think I know now why you want to carry, like, multiple weapons in your inventory, because if one of your weapons gets low, then you can kind of, like, deal with it, you know? There we go. Okay. Easy done with. At some point, you'll ask for help with the P organ. It's just that you're a bit shy about asking for help or advice. So here's the thing about that, Modified. It's kind of tough to give advice, right? And what I mean by that is, you know, I can absolutely, without a doubt, I can go to my P organ and I can show you and be like, hey guys, this is what I chose. This is what I think is good and what I recommend. The big problem with that is not every single person plays Lies of P the same way. And there are some P organ upgrades that function better for other players than for me, right? Some of the upgrades that I chose, maybe another player finds that they don't utilize that upgrade. It's not something that they benefit from. So it's like, it's kind of hard to be like, yeah, you know, every single Lies of P player should go for this particular upgrade and choose these particular abilities, right? It highly depends on your playstyle. It depends on how you built your character. Is your character primarily, you know, motivity? Are they primarily technique? Are they primarily advance? You know, what type of playstyle do you have in the game? That's kind of what it boils down to. I can provide, like, suggestions for sure, without a doubt, but I cannot tell another player, like, hey, do this, do that, and you know, you're guaranteed to win, right? So, yeah. Nice. Bow. Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question, Juicy. I saw that you did ask that. Have I tried the bow? So, I have tried the bow. Here's what I will say about that weapon, in my opinion. I think the bow in the DLC is really, really, really good for basically sniping enemies, taking them out from a far range without putting yourself in danger, right? Assuming that you can get into a position where you are safe from being attacked. Now, if you were to ask me, do you think that the bow is a good primary main weapon? Like, should you play the game only using the bow as your main weapon to tackle boss fights, to tackle exploration and everything? I would say the answer is no. I do not think that the bow is a good primary main weapon to, yeah, to kind of, like, champion, right? I think it's a good secondary weapon. I think it's a good backup option where it's like, yeah, if you need to clear an area with multiple enemies that are causing you problems, and you can get into a position where you are able to use the bow effectively to take them out without getting hit in return, absolutely use the bow. I don't think it's a bad weapon for that, but yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of it in terms of, like, yeah, like, primary main weapon playstyle. That's not really something that I vibe with. But some people out there might like it, you know? nice. Ranked amulet +3. Ooh, these are good. These are good. Okay. I actually was not even sure if a +3 version existed for the amulets, but this is good to know. This is good for sure. Nope. Okay, there's not enough space here, I think. There we go. Okay, okay. I'm gonna take out this thing right here. Get over here. Yeah, fuck off. All right, let me grind my weapon. I'm not letting that get low again. You always like to keep changing so you know what can help you. Okay, okay. New to Soul, so no problemo. Yeah. I think being, like, you know, flexible, being adaptable in Souls games is a really, really good quality to have. Absolutely. Okay.
Everything I'm seeing makes me think this room belongs to a master puppeteer.
I mean, you're not wrong, Gemini. A red ribbon that someone dropped. Okay. A warning to
This is a
Markiona.
message for Markiona, my sadly not departed friend. Important matters brought me to your door. I am searching for my lost apprentice. And it should come as no surprise that I thought you or your other alchemist fiends had taken him. I hope you don't mind, but I made a mess of your lackeys as I passed through. If you do, consider it partial payment for what happened to my other apprentice. As soon as I am able, I shall return to collect your remaining debt. Until then, take care not to die. From Leia, Florence, Monad.
Oh, shit. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so we are definitely, absolutely, irrefutably in the past. Unbelievable. The Leia Florence. She's the one they call the legendary stalker. Story is, she went missing a long time ago, in Krot, as it happens, but here she is, still building the legend. And between Markiona and Leia, I know who we're siding with. We still don't know why we're here, but maybe we're here to meet the legendary stalker.
Very interesting. So now we know that the legendary stalker basically has the exact same name as the Monad Charity House, right? In the base game. And, yeah, we know that basically Markiona and the legendary stalker, Leia, they used to be friends, I suppose, but now they're no longer friends. Very interesting. I'm really, really enjoying the, you know, lore that we're getting to learn from the DLC. Let's see, Juicy said, I'm dedicated Dex in almost all Souls games except Elden Ring. There's so much versatility in that game. Yeah, there absolutely is. So, Juicy, I don't remember if I mentioned it whenever you last stopped by my stream, but I can tell you a little bit about, like, my history with Souls games. So Dark Souls 3 was the very first game that I ever played, and at first, you know, since I had never ever played a Dark Souls game before, and I had no experience, I did not really know what to level up. You know, I didn't know what stats to go for. I remember that, like, I went on YouTube and I found a guide for how to speedrun Dark Souls 3. And the person who was speedrunning, they decided to use a luck build. And the reason why is because I'm pretty sure with the particular build that they were using, they had a very specific weapon. I think it was the sword that was wielded by what's her name? Astora. I think her name was Astora. Astora is like sunlight sword or straight sword or something like that. I don't remember the exact name, but basically this sword, you know, obviously the scaling of the sword was like off of luck, and then also I believe that that sword, it would kind of provide healing for you. It would heal your character over time, not by a lot, maybe by like, you know, 1% HP every second or something like that. But it was like minimal healing. And so, you know, whenever I first played Dark Souls 3, I was clueless, and I was like, you know what, let me just go ahead and level up some luck. And after, you know, struggling with the game and failing and absolutely getting my ass handed to me, I remember I asked some other Dark Souls 3 players, like, hey, what am I doing wrong? And I asked them for recommendations. And basically they told me to go and respec my character and put, you know, my points into strength and or dexterity, right? And, you know, I remember as I learned more and more about Dark Souls 3, I realized that there was a weapon that exists in the game, which is extremely powerful, and it scales off of dexterity. And so I was like, okay, I guess I'm going to be a dexterity main. So I leveled up dexterity. And that's basically my build in Dark Souls 3. The only other thing that I think I leveled up in Dark Souls 3 was the stat for pyromancy. I don't remember what the stat was. Was it faith or was it something else? It might have been faith. But I leveled up whichever stat it was that pyromancy scales off of. So I did that. And then, yeah, so in Elden Ring, which was basically the second Souls game that I played, other than Sekiro. Sekiro is completely different from the Souls trilogy. In Elden Ring, I did go for Dex. Dex was like my main damage stat. However, I also decided to level up both Intelligence and Arcane. I basically have a triple build where I've leveled up Dex, Intelligence, and Arcane in Elden Ring. And, you know, I feel like the variety, you know, the amount of choices that Elden Ring, you know, the amount of freedom that Elden Ring gives you, it's just so vast, and being able to use basically, you know, both melee and long range abilities, long range attacks, is really, really nice, because my character basically is a mage, but also at the same time, I have really, really good stats for bleed build. Bleed build is kind of like my specialty, along with sorcery. So yeah, my you know, build in Elden Ring is very all-encompassing, and I really, really enjoy it 100%. So yeah, and then, you know, the only other like Souls game, like Dark Souls game that I've played after Elden Ring was I played Dark Souls 1, and you know, fun fact, Juicy, you know, I'll share this with you, and you might hear this and be like, wow, that is absolute heresy. That is crazy that you just said that. And if you think that way, that's perfectly okay. I understand. There's a lot of people who dislike my opinion about this. I played Dark Souls 1 after Elden Ring, and I absolutely hate Dark Souls 1. I think that the game is absolute garbage. Dark Souls 1 was a game where, when it first released, when it first came out in, like, I don't know when it came out, like the early 2010s or whatever, when it came out, I think that it was a peak game. It was, you know, high quality. It was really, really, you know, interesting, really, really worth playing, you know, very enjoyable for people. But I think that now, in 2025, Dark Souls 1, I think is so ancient. I think it's so outdated, and it does not deserve to be praised as, like, the best Souls game to ever exist, right? There are people out there who genuinely believe Dark Souls 1 is the best Souls game ever, and those people, in my opinion, are very, very heavily biased, and they are looking at it through a lens of nostalgia, and that's it. But yeah, whenever I did play Dark Souls 1, you know, even though I didn't really like the game, I did go for a dexterity build. I primarily leveled up dexterity, and then I think I also leveled up, I don't remember what else it was. There was like another stat that I focused on, and yeah, I think it was like a stat that was supposed to help with pyromancy or help with, like, you know, some other abilities outside of like melee combat. But yeah, no, dexterity is like my number one pick. If I were to like choose between strength and dexterity, or dexterity and some other damage stat, dexterity is typically the one that I prefer, just because when I play Souls games, I enjoy using weapons that are slower and, or sorry, no. I don't know why I said slower. I meant to say the opposite of that. I prefer weapons that are smaller and faster. Smaller and faster. I don't like big, heavy, slow weapons. Big, heavy, slow weapons are something that I think are, in my opinion, worthless. You know, there might be some cool ones because they have like some abilities or whatever, but I've just never really, you know, loved the feel of using like a big, heavy weapon. it's just not my thing. So dexterity is by far my #1 choice when it comes to damage stats, you know? Alright, where the fuck are we right now? We are now on the roof of the building, and I don't know where the fuck this is gonna lead to. That... I don't know if that's instant death or not. I don't think it is, but... Huh, okay, okay. Interesting. Would be cool if we could, like, you know, run all around the entire roof. But look at the scenery, chat. Holy moly. Absolute cinema right here. Was Leah Carlos Master? That is correct, yes, Juicy. If you did not know about that, so Leah, I believe her name is Leah Florence Monad, right? She is known in the story, in the lore, as the legendary stalker, right? So, Leah is the legendary stalker, basically the #1 best, most skilled, most strong stalker that there was in existence, right? And Leah basically kind of trained Carlo. And I think I don't remember what exactly it was. I think so. You know, Juicy, I'm assuming you said that you were on New Game Plus 2, right? So you've played through the base game, you've beaten the base game of Lies of P. When you go through the area, which is called the Black Seaside, I think that's the name of it, right? It's the area, like, right before the Door Guardian boss, right? The Door Guardian kind of, like, side boss, right? In that area, you get to see glimpses of, like, ergo memories, right? You get to see these, like, blue memories, and sometimes there's, like, an orange memory that plays out. There is a woman who is in those memories, and she is a stalker. She kind of has, like, a sword and is dressed in, like, stalker attire. That stalker is Leah. That is Leah Florence Monad, aka the legendary stalker. And she is basically, from what I remember about the memories, I don't know exactly who is who, but I know that in the memories, it shows that, you know, Leah, the legendary stalker, she is refusing to take on a young boy as an apprentice. And then, later on, the like carcass monsters or whatever, right? The carcass monsters, the puppets or whatever, the enemies, they kind of, you know, attack and they kill this boy that was asking Leah to teach him, right? And Leah, the legendary stalker, she finds out that this young boy had died, you know, the one that was asking her to, you know, be his mentor. And she was, like, very, very devastated, very depressed, very sad about that. And she was like, I will not allow this to ever happen again. Like, I will fight to make sure that, you know, no young children get, you know, slaughtered, get killed ever again, right? So that's kind of like the general story. Now, the thing that I'm not 100% certain about is I don't know who the young boy is that died, because you could interpret it and be like, oh, that might have been Carlo whenever Carlo was, like, a human, when he was a young boy, right? When he was a human boy, it could have been him, right? Or you could, you know, have interpreted that as, like, oh, maybe it's Romeo. When Romeo was, like, a young human boy, maybe he died, and then, you know, he became a puppet afterwards, right? So I think, at least for me, there might be some answers online, but for me, there's a little bit of ambiguity. There's not really a certainty on who the young boy was that died, but basically, in those memories, that is the legendary stalker, that is Leah Florence Monad, who is the one that taught Carlo how to fight, how to use a sword and everything. So yeah. Give me a second, chat, just very, very quickly. I am going to... Let me see. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm checking the Pokemon TCG app because I need to open the different card packs, right? Alright, let's see. Do I get anything new, or do I get the same old, same old? Yeah, nothing new in this pack. Okay. Alright, I think I'm done. I think I'm good to go. I'm gonna close the app now. Nice. Alright, chat, alright. Okay, let's go back to Hotel Kra. Not gonna lie, you weren't paying attention. Thanks for the lore. Yeah. I think the lore of this game is absolutely fantastic. I think the way that they've kind of set up the story, it's really, really well done, you know? Yeah, the more that I play Lies of P, the more interested I am in learning kind of all about the origins, you know? Yeah, so that's actually something very interesting, Juicy, if you did not know about this, right? So, Modified Bear, also known as Osito in the chat, Modified is currently playing through Lies of P for the very first time on their channel. And the thing that I've always found to be very, very interesting, very fascinating, is that, you know, I remember whenever I first started playing Lies of P on my channel, I think I you know, started playing it maybe about a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago or something. I started playing Lies of P for the very first time on my channel. And Modified Bear was basically one of the brand new viewers that came in and said hello, and they started talking to me about Lies of P. And, you know, we kind of discussed about how amazing that this game is, right? And I remember the very first time that I spoke with Modified, I, like, my very first impression, my very first thought was that Modified was a veteran player, like someone who, you know, had played through Lies of P already. They knew everything about the game. You know, they were very experienced because we would talk about different, you know, parts of the story and whatever, right? And basically, Modified knew a lot about the game in terms of like the lore of what's happening and everything. So I was like, oh, Modified has probably gone through everything and experienced everything. And it turns out that, you know, in fact, Modified is more of a lore expert rather than a gameplay expert of Lies of P. So that was very fascinating to find out. And yeah, if you have any like questions about the story, you can feel free to ask Modified. They know the answer. But yeah. I think it's nice being able to speak to someone who knows about the lore, and then of course Juicy is an expert at Souls games. He knows all about, you know, how to get better at Lies of P, how to get better at other Souls games. So you guys can kind of trade ideas with one another, which is really, really cool. Yeah. All right, let's see here. What messages did I miss? I think I might have missed at least one message. Can you minimize the chat on screen for the boss? Yeah, I can absolutely do that. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea at all. Yeah, let me do that. I'm also gonna, very quickly, I'm gonna pop open my beautiful can of soda that I have here, my fuel for today. Gotta get my sugar intake so that I can properly stay awake and survive against this game. Oof, that is delicious. Absolutely amazing. What's the beverage? This right here is my #1 favorite choice of all time. This is my favorite soda, my favorite flavor. I am a certified Baja Blast lover. I will always rep Baja Blast. Yeah. I think it's my #1 favorite Mountain Dew flavor, and overall my favorite soda in general. Yeah. For the longest time, I've really enjoyed Mountain Dew. I think that there are, you know, there are other good flavors of Mountain Dew for sure. You know, I enjoy Code Red. I enjoy Voltage as well. What else? I think there's like some tropical flavors of Mountain Dew that I also really like. But yeah, Baja Blast is just, for me, it's very consistent. I like it. I don't know. I can't really describe much else about the reasoning. But yeah. Gotta go with Voltage for Mountain Dew. Voltage is a really good flavor. I do like Voltage. I think the only flavor of Mountain Dew, like the only, like, I would say common flavor, or yeah, like main, quote unquote, main flavor of Mountain Dew that I don't really love. There's like two different versions of Mountain Dew. I think there's one that is like Mountain Dew Whiteout, and then there's another one which is like Mountain Dew Blackout, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mixing up the names, but yeah, no, like the white and black Mountain Dew flavors, I don't think I hate them per se, but like they're never my first pick. They're never something where it's like, oh, it's at the top of the list of flavors. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll have to try them in the future and reevaluate, but the white and black flavors of Mountain Dew are like the only ones where I actively am like, nah, I don't really care for it, you know? But yeah. Addicted to Dr. Pepper cherry and blueberry flavors. I have tried the cherry flavor, but I've never tried the blueberry one. I will say that, okay, if I were making like a soda tier list, right? And let's say that like you can only choose one flavor of soda from each brand, right? So like Mountain Dew, I can only choose one flavor, and then, you know, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, whatever, I can only choose one flavor. I would say that Dr. Pepper Cherry is probably my second favorite flavor of soda overall. I think that it's my second favorite. Assuming that I can't name any other Mountain Dew flavors. I really, really do like Dr. Pepper Cherry. You know, if I could get my hands on it, then I absolutely would. But yeah, I've never tried the blueberry flavor. I should probably try that one day. One day I should. Mountain Dew tasting stream? True. That would not be a bad idea. I would probably get sick very easily unless I took like one sip of each flavor, but that might be an idea. Yeah. You like regular Dr. Pepper? You're kind of basic. I mean, here's the thing. Regular Dr. Pepper, I mean, it does the job, right? It tastes delicious. It's a good soda. You know, it's not anything super extra, not anything super crazy. Does the job. That's all it really needs to do, you know? So yeah. But yeah, the one thing that I will say, so I don't know if other people out there experience the same thing whenever they drink soda, but for me, I found something kind of a little bit sad that you know, whenever I think about it, I get a little bit disappointed. A lot of the time, whenever I'm drinking soda, like for example Coca-Cola or Pepsi or even I think Dr. Pepper to a certain extent, right? The biggest problem that I have, which I hate that this is a thing, is I cannot drink those sodas on an empty stomach. You know, I have to eat food and drink the soda with the food. If I try to drink the soda on an empty stomach, then I will end up having a really bad stomach ache. I will end up, you know, feeling a lot of pain from that. And I think it's just because, like, you know, some certain types of sodas, you know, some certain types of sodas, they are kind of intended in a way to help with digestion. So they help with like breaking down food and other, you know, consumable items that you put in your stomach. And so if you have nothing in your stomach and you drink this like soda, which is meant to help break down food, I think what ends up happening is the soda kind of eats away at like your stomach lining a little bit. And I think that's maybe what causes the pain. But yeah, like other than that, like, you know, drinking Dr. Pepper, I do think Dr. Pepper is very delicious. I think it's good. So yeah. Before you forget, do I use the cube? Haven't touched it, I have no idea what it does. So yeah, that's actually a fantastic question, Juicy. I would say that I do use the cube, right? I do use it, and I would say that there are basically two primary uses for it, right? I'm gonna show it to you here. We can go out here and I'll show it to you. Yeah, let's go over here.
Mr. Stalker, it's you. I thought it was the intruders again. It's a relief you're safe. I was helpless, hiding the entire time. This is my first time coming back out. You surprised me, but make no mistake. You're always welcome here, Mr. Stalker. Let me know if there's anything you need. Stalker, please.
Okay, so here's my advice to you, Juicy. This is what I would say. So you see here we have all these different wish stones that are available to purchase, right? Each wish stone that you know, you buy, it costs 3 gold coin fruit, right? So first of all, my biggest piece of advice to you is that every single time that you play Lies of P, right? Every single time that, you know, your gold coin tree is regenerating the fruit, you should make sure that you pick up the fruit. Every time that you get, you know, 6, 7, maybe 8 gold coin fruit on your tree, go to the hotel, go and pick the fruit and add it to your bag, add it to your inventory, right? Because the more gold coin fruit you have, the better off you will be, the more resources that you have at your disposal, right? So, in my opinion, I will give you basically 2 primary uses for the wish stones for the cube, right? This one right here, I don't know if it's easy for you to see it. It's probably not. So what I can do is, give me a second. I'm going to hide my webcam, and I'm also going to hide the controller as well. There we go. So I'm going to make my screen blank. So, as you can see here, this thing is called the Recovery Wish Stone. Basically, what this does is, after you activate it, after you use the cube, right, it will regenerate your health, but it will do it very slowly. So it's not like a pulse cell. A pulse cell is where it instantly regens your health, you know, however much percent, like 30%, 40%, whatever. The Wish Stone, it slowly regens your health over time, and I'm gonna be kind of honest here. I think that the amount of HP that gets recovered from this Wish Stone, it's not a horrible amount of HP. Like, it's not very minuscule, but it's also not incredibly impressive, right? I think the biggest reason why this cube and this Wish Stone is a little bit, unfortunately, useless in certain scenarios is that, you know, a lot of the time, if you are fighting a boss in Lies of P, the boss fight that you are encountering is going to be one where, you know, you are attacking the boss, and then the boss is attacking you, and it's kind of like a back and forth exchange where you are being aggressive and also defensive at the same time, you know, kind of like flipping between the two. And I think that, you know, during a lot of boss fights, it is very much expected that you will take hits and that you will, you know, have damage dealt to you, right? So, unfortunately, this Wish Stone, it's not as powerful as a pulse cell. And therefore, you know, it's not like something that will give you an overwhelming advantage in a boss fight. However, I think that there's two uses for this Wish Stone, right? First and foremost, let's say that hypothetically, you are fighting a boss, and you know that during phase 1 of the boss, you are able to beat the boss, like you're able to clear phase 1, taking either 0 damage or minimal damage, right? And you're able to successfully survive phase 1 going into phase 2. What you can do is, in phase 1, let's say that you get hit like 1 time or maybe 2 times, right? You can use a Recovery Wish Stone. You can use 1 or multiple Wish Stones during phase 1. And then when you get to phase 2 of the fight, you will have all of your pulse cells. Basically, the Wish Stone will allow you to save your pulse cells for a more difficult part of the fight, right? The other scenario, the other situation that you might be in is, let's say that, you know, you are struggling against the boss and you get all the way down to 0 pulse cells, right? You use up all your pulse cells and you need to, you know, basically wait for your pulse cell to recharge and to get that like extra pulse cell after everything has been used up. While you are waiting for that 1 extra pulse cell to recharge itself over time, or, you know, by you going and attacking the boss, while you are waiting for that, you can rely on the cube, you can rely on this Wish Stone to give you a very small percentage of health back and allow you to continue surviving longer and longer until your pulse cell gets recharged and you're able to use it, right? So this is like, this can be used as a backup option after you run out of all of your pulse cells, right? Again, so there's 2 different scenarios. One is using the Wish Stones as your very first healing item and then using your pulse cells, or vice versa, right? Using all your pulse cells first, then using the Recovery Wish Stone as a backup HP regen while you wait for the pulse cell to return to you, right? So yeah, that's what I would say about this Wish Stone here. And, you know, if you upgrade your P organ, right? I don't know if they changed anything whenever the Overture DLC released, but before the DLC release, there were, I want to say 2, maybe 3 P organ upgrades that you could get, right? And basically, these upgrades, they would increase the amount of times that you could use the cube during battle. So for me, right now, I can use the cube 3 times every single, you know, time that I'm alive, and then when I die, it resets, it goes back to 3, right? So if I'm doing a boss fight, every boss fight, I get to use the cube 3 times during that boss fight. So I would say that if you have the ability to use the cube 3 times, having this Wish Stone available to you is not a bad idea to increase your chances of survivability. That's what I would say. Now, there is a second Wish Stone that I would say is probably the second most valuable Wish Stone, assuming that you like the Recovery Wish Stone and you think that the Recovery Wish Stone is good. The second most valuable Wish Stone that I think is worthwhile is this one right here, the Friendship Wish Stone. I know that there are people out there. I know that there are Lies of P players out there that don't use the Spectre system in this game. You don't summon help for boss battles. I understand that. However, if you are someone that does not mind summoning a Spectre, this Wishstone is really, really good. And the reason why is because I don't know, I'm not sure how the developers of Lies of P decided to do this. Like, I don't know why they decided to make it this way, but the Friendship Wishstone is a lot more powerful than the Recovery Wishstone in that, essentially, if you summon a Spectre to help you in battle, basically what ends up happening is that, your Spectre will get hit, they will take damage, and their health will get low. When you use the Friendship Wishstone, every singular use of the Wishstone that you do, it will restore roughly about 50% HP of the Spectre. That is huge. Like, that is a really, really, really powerful item. Restoring 50% HP for a Spectre, right? Imagine that, you are facing a very, very difficult boss, and you are using a Spectre to aid you. Your Spectre could go down to low health, maybe, 20% health, 30% health. You pop one of these Friendship Wishstones, and they almost go back to full HP. And Juicy, I don't know what your experience is with Spectres in Lies of P. Spectres in this game are so powerful. Like, they are very tanky, and they can deal some pretty decent damage against bosses. At bare minimum, even if they don't deal, impressive damage, they're able to tank and able to distract the boss while you are able to attack the boss and deal your own damage and potentially get the boss closer and closer to staggering, right? So, you can think about this, right? If you can use the cube 3 times during a battle, you bring a Spectre with you. This Wishstone, you add it up, right? You can add up the number. This Wishstone 3 times, you are essentially giving your Spectre 150% health, right? That's what you're doing because you have 3 different Wishstones that you can use during the battle. So it is really, 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 really beneficial. It's really good. I think it's absolutely an incredible Wishstone to have, in your arsenal, assuming that you are okay with using a Spectre. I know that there are people out there who only play the game solo, and they do not want to use a Spectre. That's totally okay. If you don't want to use a Spectre, then just simply stick to this one right here, the Recovery Wishstone. Because I think that, in my opinion, all these other Wishstones here are not really that valuable. I don't think that they are that, powerful. Yeah, like, these ones down here, I think, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so, like, these 9, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, these 9 Wishstones here are all for Spectres. Like, they, if you don't use a Spectre, these don't benefit you at all. But, this one right here, Courage Wishstone, Advance, Recovery, Patience, these are all for your own character, right, for yourself. In my opinion, out of these 4 Wishstones that are used for your own character, I think the Recovery one is kind of the only valuable one, because I think all the rest of these, I don't really need to waste a Wishstone slot on these things, because I have, like, items or I have abilities that give me these buffs or these improvements by themselves, right? So I would just mainly stick to the Recovery Wishstone if I were you. So yeah. But that's kind of a summary about the entire cube system. And I would, if you're going up against a boss and you're struggling and you're not using a cube, try using it, seeing if it helps at all. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I can't guarantee that it'll get you the victory, but it'll maybe get you a little tiny bit closer to the victory. So yeah. Okay, let me see here. So I'm gonna do that, and then where's my? I'm gonna put my controller back as well. Boom. There we go. Okay. Alrighty then. Yeah, hopefully that information is beneficial. Let's see. Modified said if you use the Spectre, the boss's HP increases. So that is something very, very intriguing. Now here's the thing. Okay, I am not an expert in Lies of P, and I do not know the correct answer, right? I don't know whether this is true or whether it's false. Maybe someone just made it up, right? But I saw that somebody on the Wikipedia page for Lies of P, they said that using a Spectre in battle does not increase the boss's HP at all. That's what I saw someone said. They very well could be wrong. They absolutely could be wrong. I'm not saying that they are correct, but I saw someone say that. And what I will say about the Spectre system is that, you know, let's go ahead and say that the correct answer is that the boss's HP increases, right? Let's say that that is factual, that is truthful. Even if the boss's HP increases, the value that a Spectre provides in battle is so incredibly strong. Like, it is very, very, very helpful to have a Spectre with you in battle. It can trivialize the fight and make it to where it's a piece of cake to beat the enemy, right? I think that, you know, any possible increase in the boss's HP, it does not matter. Like, it's not going to be something where it's like, oh my god, the boss's HP, you know, multiplied by 2 or something like that, right? It's not something to be worried about. It's not something to be concerned with. If you want to use a Spectre, use a Spectre, because the you know, amount of value that it provides for you is going to be significant, and it's going to be very, very, very beneficial, and it's going to outweigh any sort of disadvantage that might happen, you know, such as the boss's HP increasing. But yeah. Anyways, that's my answer. Hopefully the information does help a little bit, Juicy. You know, I don't know if you want to try using the cubes and seeing if they are indeed a game changer for you or not. But yeah, that's the best way that I can describe the cube and the wish stones. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Greenhouse interior. So I believe right here we're about to encounter the very, very first boss fight here. Oh boy. I am going to probably get my ass absolutely obliterated here. This is not going to be good. So this boss is, I believe, a puppet, if I'm not mistaken. If this boss is a puppet, we probably want acid. That's what I'm gonna guess. If they're human, then acid is even better against them. Okay. I don't think I need the bow against this fight. I'll take this one as a backup. Give me acid. I think acid will be pretty useful here. Oh boy. This is gonna be rough. This is gonna be rough. Oh, chat? Yeah, let me do that, Juicy. Give me a second here. There we go. Alright. We don't need chat on the screen. We'll just remove it entirely. Yeah, get that shit out of here. Okay. You're not wrong, but you're not right. That is typically how I live my life. I'm never wrong, but I'm never right either. I'm a gray area. You hate it, but you love it at the same time. When you see it, you'll love it. Usually annoying, but it's definitely a good boss to be the first in the DLC. First main boss, yes. Yeah. Alright. Oh, I'm gonna get my ass handed to me. Oh, this is gonna be real rough, chat. This is not gonna be good. Oh boy. I'm gonna take out Aegis just to be on the safe side here. Time to die, chat. Time to die. It was good knowing you guys.
I was told that murderous puppet had come to call on me. So who is this handsome guest standing before me?
Holy mommy.
It matters not. You belong to me now. To think I became anxious when told a fearsome foe had arrived. What a fool I was.
Oh my god. Oh boy. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope.
None who enter this greenhouse may leave with their lives.
Okay. I don't know what that is, but I'm saying far the fuck away. Okay.
Why must you and the legendary stalker impede my work and get in my way?
Listen, mommy, we can talk about this. We don't have to fight. No, 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 no. Leave me alone. Okay. 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 Ow, that hurt. Shouldn't have used that there, but oh well, why not? I don't know what the fuck that move is, I'm staying far away. No, 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 no. Get that shit away from me. Oh. Okay, okay. Good to know. Ooh. Okay. Okay. I thought I pressed block. Okay. Yes, I didn't. Send her my way. Okay. Nice.
Enough! Who you are doesn't matter anymore. Die!
Okay. Okay, follow-up move there. All right. All right, all right. Come on. Too far away. Yeah, get the hell away from me. Okay. Ooh, that was tricky. Ooh, that was very tricky. Okay.
Don't you know how foolish it is to impede the path of the alchemists?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Yep, I'm not paying attention. Ooh, not good. Ow. Oof, that is not good.
You dare destroy my sublime creation.
Okay.
Death is my domain, and you shall serve me for all eternity.
Okay. Okay. I understand the gimmick of this fight now. That was really, really good. I'm very glad I survived that long and I was able to see all the different moves. Okay. Alright. It's gonna take me a lot of tries to formulate a strategy, but I think I can kind of understand what I need to do.
I became anxious when told a fearsome foe had arrived. What a fool I was. None who enter this greenhouse may leave with their lives. Why must you and the legendary stalker impede my work and get in my way?
Ow.
Can't get away quick enough,
Grab
can
attack?
you?
Okay, okay.
You will make a fine adornment for my room, don't you think?
Interesting. I need to memorize the signal for that grab attack. Alright. It was kind of like she was summoning the two orbs, I think, right next to her. And then she did this like yeah, okay. I think I get it. Alright. Okay.
To think I became anxious when told a fearsome foe had arrived. What a fool I was.
That is a long-range attack, okay.
None who enter this greenhouse may leave with their lives. Death is my domain, and you shall serve me for all.
Okay. I wonder what happens if I try to stick close to her. It'll probably be very, very, very dangerous, but I don't know if maybe sticking close to her will essentially avoid her using the puppet that much.
To think I became anxious when told a fearsome foe had arrived. What a fool I was. None who enter this greenhouse may leave with their lives. Don't you know how foolish it is to impede the path of the alchemists? Oh, I left my work half complete for this.
That was
How do
such
you
a bad
propose
miss
repaying
right
me
there.
for my lost time. Can't get away quick
Grab
enough,
attack.
can you?
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm somehow not dead. I thought I pressed the block button.
You will make a fine adornment for my room, don't you
Alright.
think?
Interesting. Yeah, this boss is quite tough, and I feel like it's kind of interesting. She has a high amount of acid resistance, as far as I could see. I don't know. Maybe I need to try electricity. Yeah, I don't really know. We can try it, see if it works. May not work very well, but we can see if there's any damage difference.
To think I became anxious when told a fearsome foe had arrived. What a fool I was. None who enter this greenhouse may leave with their lives. Death is my domain, and you shall serve me for all.
That's, I think, one of the tough things. Okay, so I feel like, I wonder if that's the strategy. Yeah, maybe taking down the puppet first, and then focusing on Marchiona while the puppet is healing. That's a tough thing to do.
You're not the puppet I was expecting. Who are you?
No, not good.
None who enter this greenhouse may leave with their lives.
Okay.
Why must you and the legendary Stalker impede my work and get in my way? Don't you know how foolish it is to impede the path of the alchemists?
Nope. Swap.
Can't get away
Grab
quick
attack,
enough,
yeah.
can you?
Okay, okay.
You dare destroy my sublime creation? Weep in despair, tremble in fear, scream. You will make a fine adornment for my room, don't you think?
That is really bad. That's really bad. No, that is not the solution right there, because getting the puppet down to like 0 HP is quite an endeavor. It's not very easy. Yeah. Yo, what's going on, Torby? Welcome on in. How's it going, homie? Slurpy derpy. All right, I got some water here, some agua. Gotta replenish my hydration. That's some good water. I say that kind of half sarcastically, but welcome on in, Torby. For those that don't know, let me see here. I'm gonna give him a shout out real quick. There we go. Torby is a legendary streamer, absolute amazing individual who is very good friends with you know, plenty of my IRL friends as well. You know, he's good friends with Precedence, with One Cup of Water, with Tiffany, and you know, knowing those people, knowing Press and One Cup and Tiffany, I can already tell without a doubt that Torby is a wonderful human being, a wonderful individual. And yeah, what's going on, Torby? I actually, you know, whenever One Cup and Press and everyone was online, when you guys were doing the Mario Kart games, I stopped by your channel, and I hit the follow button, of course, and I read in your description for your channel that you are Pacific Northwest, I believe, unless I hallucinated the entire thing. And if you are Pacific Northwest, then yeah, Pacific Northwest gang, rise up. We are the best gang, in my opinion, in the U.S. Shout out to you know, Washington State. Shout out to Canada as well. I think Oregon is also counted Pacific Northwest, but shout out to everyone up here. We are the cool kids, you know. I'm doing well, Torby. Hope you're doing well as well on your end. Yeah, kind of just enjoying the last remaining moments of my weekend before the dreaded Monday arrives. So yeah. All right, let's see here. So I'm gonna go back to the game. True. Yeah, that is absolutely correct. So, Torby, I don't know if Precedence has talked about this at all with you and with the others, but I actually met Precedence through SOBA, the Seattle Online Broadcasters Association. I met Precedence through there, and I met basically like all of my current IRL friends that I socialize with and interact with. A lot of them I met through SOBA, and I'm very humbled, very grateful, very thankful that I was able to meet all of them, because they're really cool people. And you know, through Precedence, I got introduced to, you know, One Cup. I got introduced to Tiffany, because I know that I don't know about Tiffany, because I haven't really like ever asked her about her whereabouts, but I know that One Cup is down in California. So yeah, we're all kind of like West Coast gang, and you know, I love supporting anyone and everyone that, you know, is in our local vicinity. So yeah, massive shout out to PNW gang. Hopefully you're enjoying Washington. You know, I know that like I feel there are two types of people here in Washington. There's people who love Washington, right? And they enjoy the weather, they enjoy the atmosphere, they enjoy the food and everything, right? And then there's some people where they kind of just be here because of, you know, family, because of work, because of whatever reason, but it may not be like their favorite place to be stationed at. So yeah, hopefully you are enjoying Washington, maybe more than the previous place that you were living, but yeah. Let's see here. Okay, let's try this again. I have a strategy that I'm thinking of, but I don't know if it's gonna work. It might be a dangerous strategy.
You're not the puppet I was expecting. Who are you? None who enter this greenhouse may leave with their lives.
Yeah, that's a double attack. Nice.
Enough! Who you are doesn't matter anymore. Die!
Oh, I missed.
Don't you know how foolish it is to impede the path of the alchemists? You dare destroy my sublime creation. Weep in despair, tremble in fear, scream for my pleasure.
Yeah, this box has a lot of HP.
Why must you and the legendary stalker impede my work and get in my way? Weep in despair, tremble in fear, scream for my pleasure. You impudent little puppet, to push me this far.
Is that disruption? I think that's disruption. Wow, that's a big AoE. I did not expect that. Okay.
can't get away quick enough, can
Okay.
you?
Grab attack. Alright. This is good to know. I think that was a solid attempt. We learned quite a bit. But yeah, we
Death is
yeah,
my
we didn't
domain, and you
manage to
shall
get close
serve
to
me
killing, I
for
don't think. We
all
only got her down to
eternity.
50%. Okay. So using the throwables against the puppet is a bad idea, I think. Yeah. Yeah. I don't like the idea of using the throwables, because if the puppet can have their HP regen, I think it's better to just use the throwables all on Markiona.
To think I became anxious when told a fearsome foe had arrived. What a fool I was. None who enter this greenhouse may leave with their lives. Death is my domain,
Okay.
and you shall serve me for all.
Alright. This is going to be really tricky, because I think what I need to do, ideally, is I need to be close enough to Markiona, where she is attacking me herself without the puppet, and then I need to, like, back off away from the attack, so that she's not able to hit me, but I'm able to use the throwables against her. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be very, very tricky.
To think I became anxious when told a fearsome foe had arrived. What a fool I was. None who enter this greenhouse may leave with their lives. Enough! Who you are doesn't matter anymore. Die! Don't you know how foolish it is to impede the path of the alchemists? Why must you and the legendary Stalker impede my work and get in my way? Weep in despair, tremble in fear, scream for my pleasure. Weep in despair, tremble in fear, scream for my pleasure. You impudent little puppet, to push me this far. Enough! Who you are doesn't matter anymore. Die! Why must you and the legendary Stalker impede my work and get in my way? I left my work half complete for this. How do you propose repaying me for my lost time? You dare destroy my sublime creation. You will make a fine adornment for my room, don't you think?
Alright. Yeah. This boss is really, really tough. I think even with the throwables, it is really hard to get them down to like 50% HP. Yeah, really, really challenging to get them down. And, you know, avoiding the attacks of like the puppet, it's really, really dangerous. It's not easy at all. Okay. Another thing that I did absolutely forget to do there is I completely forgot to use my Fable Arts on Markiona. I probably should have. I think that would have been a very smart decision, but yeah, I completely forgot about using my Fable Arts in the moment. I was just too panicked. It is what it is, right?
You're not the puppet I was expecting. Who are you?
I pressed the block button.
None who enter this greenhouse may leave with their lives.
I was not paying attention. I wasted so many pulse cells there. Okay. Yeah, this attempt is dead.
Death is my domain, and you shall serve me for all.
I wasted way too many pulse cells there. I was selected on the wrong item. I feel like, you know, fights such as this one, even if you learn how to kill the boss, right? I do not like fighting this boss solo. I think the idea of fighting this boss solo is not
when
fun.
told a fearsome foe had arrived. What a fool I was. You will make a fine adornment for my room, don't you?
I don't know why, but I swear I pressed the block button at the very beginning there when they did the initial attack, and for some reason my input was not read properly, and it was like very delayed, so yeah, it just was a complete failure.
You're not the puppet I was expecting. Who are you? None who enter this greenhouse may leave with their lives. is my domain, and you shall serve me for all.
Alright, alright. Yeah, I did not remember that basically after doing the kind of dash forward attack, I did not remember that the puppet could do it multiple times in a row. That's why I kind of like focused on trying to attack it rather than being defensive.
You're not the puppet I was expecting. Who are you? None who enter this greenhouse may leave with their lives.
What is that, like, delayed hit that it does? I don't understand that delayed hit. Don't you know how foolish it is to impede the path of the alchemists? Why must you and the legendary Stalker impede my work and get in my way? You dare destroy my sublime creation. You will make a fine adornment for my room, don't you think? Interesting. Alright. I think that right there was a really, really solid idea. but I was not paying attention to how she was moving at the very end there. And so I did not realize that she was getting closer to me. And I did not realize how incredibly fast she is with moving, which is definitely something I need to pay very close attention to.
You're not the puppet I was expecting. Who are you? None who enter this greenhouse may leave with their lives.
I blocked that.
Enough! Who you are doesn't matter anymore. Die! Why must you and the legendary Stalker impede my work and get in my way? Don't you know how foolish it is to impede the path of the alchemists? You dare destroy my sublime creation? Enough! Who you are doesn't matter anymore. Die! in despair, tremble in fear, scream for my pleasure.
Fucking hell, that attack. Dude, that's so annoying.
You impudent little puppet, to push me this far. You will make a fine adornment for my room, don't you think?
That's really annoying. So, what I learned during that attempt, chat, and this is something that I don't like this design. I think this design is really, really badly done. So, the way that this boss works is that if you kill the puppet, or sorry, let's not say kill. Kill is the wrong word. If you basically, like, kind of bring the puppet's HP down to 0 and immobilize it for a very temporary period of time while Markiona heals the puppet, right? If you do that, then what happens is Markiona will swap her attack, like, style. She'll change her combat style to where, rather than the puppet being used for a lot of attacks, right? If you are staying far away from Markiona, usually the puppet will be sent in, and the puppet will be doing these, like, long-range swings and attacks at you. But if you manage to immobilize the puppet, and then Markiona heals the puppet back to full, Markiona then changes and decides to focus on attacking you by herself. And then the puppet is just kind of flying around as a distraction. And every once in a while, it's not very, like, clear how often it happens, but every so often, she will activate the puppet, and you know, there'll be, like, the string will turn red for a second, and the puppet will come in, swoop in for an attack. But a lot of the time, it'll be Markiona who is dealing damage, who is attacking. And I don't like that. I think that is really, really, really scummy. And the reason why I don't like that is because you are already fighting against two different enemies at the same time. And, you know, basically, the way that I feel like it should happen when you are playing a Souls game is if you manage to like change the flow of the boss fight to make it easier, right? In the case of, like, for example, hypothetically, you immobilize the puppet for a brief period of time, right? That action that you take in the battle, it is intended to make the fight easier. That is your goal, that is your motivation. And ideally, that's what it should do. It should make the fight easier. However, it seems to be doing the opposite, where after the puppet is immobilized and then regains its health, the fight becomes harder. And I don't like that. I think that is really shitty game design. I do not think that is how the game should function. I don't think that is the way this boss should function at all. It just feels very scummy, very cheap, and it just does not feel very well balanced, in my opinion. I am not a fan of it. Not a single bit. I don't like it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this.
You're not the puppet I was expecting. Who are you? None who enter this greenhouse may leave with their lives.
I block that. Hello? I block that. Nice.
Why must you and the legendary Stalker impede my work and get in my way?
Okay.
You dare destroy my sublime creation. You impudent little puppet, to push me this far. Enough! Who you are doesn't matter anymore. Die! Why must you and the legendary Stalker impede my work and get in my way? Don't you know how foolish it is to impede the path of the alchemists? Enough! Who you are doesn't matter anymore. Die! Why must you and the legendary stalker impede my work and get in my way? Enough! Who you are doesn't matter anymore. Die! Don't you know how foolish it is to impede the path of the alchemists?
Let's fucking go, chat. Let's fucking go. Holy shit.
Two of us locked in a fight to the death.
Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, chat. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. That was... I don't know how long that fight took. I don't know how long I lasted there. I felt like that was the longest 5 hours of my life running around this arena. Oh my god, that was... Oh, that was rough.
We got a key from Marciona. Hey, I bet it opens that gate we passed before entering the greenhouse. This place is definitely a dead end, and since Leia's not here, let's go back.
My heart is pumping really fast right now, and I'm kind of, not a lot, but I'm a little bit shaking. Just a little bit. Oh my god. Oh god, that fight was, that was a hard fight. Holy moly, chat. I got my ass handed to me so many times, but we somehow managed to beat her without using a Spectre. We beat her solo. Oh my god, that was a nightmare of a fight. Oh my god. Man, I remember, you know, during that fight, whenever I ran out of throwables, I was like, shit, this is not good. Like, I think I'm in trouble. Yeah, that was bad. I think one thing about this fight, the Marciona fight, Marciona, I think that's how you pronounce it. The thing about this fight that I feel like it's true, I don't know if it's actually real or not, but I feel like, you know, not a single time during the fight did I get a stagger opportunity, right? There was no white outline on the HP bar of Marciona, so I feel like the entire fight, right, it basically just depends on whether you can, you know, block enough attacks and cause her to very, very temporarily be stunned, or you also, you know, kind of bring the puppet's HP bar down to 0, right? So, you know, I think that that is the only, I guess, opening that you are given, is whenever she's very, very temporarily stunned. But the fact that, you know, you cannot get the white symbol around her health bar and then do like a critical attack against her, I think that is really, really punishing. Really punishing, you know? With Markiona, it's a lot of parry when she's healing her puppet. All the combos she applies to you, so you can hit her with a charged hit when her bar is empty, and then the critical hit. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Takes a lot of patience to do it. Yeah, that is something that is not my strength. Yeah, no, I am not a patient person. You can stagger her? I wasn't aggro enough? Okay, okay. Yeah, Bob, I think you're probably right. I'm not an expert at this boss. I don't know about this boss that much. All I know is that she is a pain in the ass to fight. I never once got the white health bar. It was probably just because I, you know, was allowing her poise to reset, since I wasn't constantly trying to hit her. I was kind of backing off, being more defensive. But yeah, man, what a difficult fight that was. Holy moly. It was a week ago you did this fight and you staggered her? Okay, okay. Yeah. I'm extremely curious to know what are, like, the strategies that people can come up with of, like, guaranteed win. Because, yeah, I feel like this boss, especially if you are trying to do, like, a Lies of P hitless run, I feel like this boss is absolutely so dangerous and risky for a hitless run. This boss, man, I can only imagine. Now, the silver lining, right, on the bright side, even though Markiona's fight is very, very challenging, right, even though it is a very, very, very tough fight to beat, and I suck at this fight, I liked this fight more than I liked the crocodile. The crocodile before Markiona is a piece of dog shit. I hate that stupid crocodile. I wish that crocodile would get kicked into the depths of hell. I hate that crocodile so much. Yeah, overall, I think that the Markiona fight is very tough, but I like everything about it. You know, I like the lore about it. I like the you know, kind of arena, the visuals, the music, right? I really enjoy it. Really, really, really enjoy it. Yeah. But, anyways, all that matters is, we beat the boss, and we can continue now. Oh my god, what an insane fight that was. Oof. Okay. So, now, we go this way. Let's see. Where's the door? I think I'm blind, chat. There's supposed to be a door. I'm pretty sure it's at another Stargazer. Hold on. Teleport. Greenhouse outdoor garden. Okay, let's go here. I see the key symbol. No need to be so aggressive. Markiona makes you think better about who you need to hit first. That is true. Yeah. Oof, what a tough fight, though. You liked Markiona more than the Croc? He was so random and hard to read. Took you around 15 to 20 tries each. You're just built different, Bob. You're a better Souls player than I am. I think I probably took, like, it felt like 50 tries. It felt very, very rough. Very rough for me. Okay, where is this gate? Aha. Hello there, gate. Carnival. I don't want to go to a carnival. I already have PTSD from the stupid corrupted parade master and the Murphy policeman. Why the fuck is everything red here? What is going on? Is this paint or is this blood? What's going on? This looks very highly suspicious. Oh, it's candle wax. What the fuck am I about to see, chat? What the fuck? Ew. Ew. What the fuck? There's no like noise. It's completely dead silent here. I don't like this. Oh god, there's a cutscene. I swear if this is another boss fight, I am going to hate my life. It's Leia! It's the legendary stalker! My waifu! Mi amor! This is extremely creepy. I don't like it. My family, my everything. M.
That bastard. I'll kill him.
Who's that bastard? Who are you talking about? Are you talking about Simon Manus? If you're talking about Simon Manus, don't worry, Leia. I will kill him. I have killed him. 3 times. Fuck Simon Manus. He's a dog shit. Bro, who the fuck is this guy with the candle wax weird fetish thing going on?
This can't be. Are all those humans? Just how evil does someone have to be to do something like this?
Don't ask me, Gemini. You think I have any answers? Fuck off. I don't know shit. I don't know who this guy is. What the fuck, man? Yeah, this is horrible. They just melted humans with candle wax. Ew. Can I go up here? I can't go up there? God damn it. Let's see. Bob said, once I realized she heals the puppet, you never hit the puppet again. You only targeted her. I mean, that is a very, very smart idea. Like, I think that is kind of the ideal strategy, where basically with the puppet, you only want to block the attacks of the puppet, and then you want to kind of ignore everything else. I think the biggest problem with the Markiona fight, when it comes to, you know, choosing who to target and who to damage, right? Obviously, when you have multiple enemies that you're fighting, right? You have the target lock-on that chooses one or the other, and you can swap between the two. And I feel like sometimes, right, it is a little bit chaotic to try and swap targets in order to block an attack, and then like try to swap back to the other target that you want to focus on and want to hit. And so that is, I think, an issue where it's like, you know, typical to a lot of Souls games, the camera is a hindrance. It's a little bit of an obstacle in your way, and I kind of hate that. I don't think that Lies of P is ever going to add something like this, but if I were to give a recommendation to the developers of Lies of P, if I were to, you know, give them an idea of something I would love to see added to Lies of P, I think it would be really cool if, like, during the Markiona fight, for example, you could have a setting that is active where, let's say that Markiona, she activates the puppet and she's like, you know, telling the puppet to go and attack you, right? To go and aggro and kind of hunt you down, right? It would be really cool if there was a setting that would kind of automatically swap your target lock to the puppet and be like, okay, now you're ready to block the puppet's attack, you're ready to dodge the attack, whatever. Because I have found that there are some times where, you know, let's say that the puppet is attacking you and you are locked onto Markiona, even if you are facing the puppet and you are pressing the block button, right? You're holding the block button, waiting for it to attack. If your target lock-on is on Markiona, right, even though you are facing the puppet directly, you will not be able to successfully block the attack because the camera will kind of like fuck up the angling a little bit and make it to where the game doesn't recognize that you're trying to block the puppet's attack. And I find that to be extremely aggravating whenever it happens. So if they had a setting where you could like automatically just swap targets without needing to manually control things throughout the entire fight, I think that would be really, really, really nice in terms of quality of life. But I know that they're never going to add it. It's just not something that they care about, you know? Let's see. Mommy Leah, yeah. Fun thing about these games, bosses you find easy, you might struggle on, but some that you struggle on, you might find a breeze. Nah, I'm gonna tell you right now, Bob. Listen, you are a much better gamer than I am. I absolutely suck at these games, so likely I'll find a lot of these bosses to be very, very difficult, including the ones that you think are probably easy, you know? Yeah, okay. All right, chat. Let's keep going. Let's keep exploring. By the way, you know, I thought I should mention this, chat. So there is an area back in the zoo. I can probably teleport to that area, but I'll wait until we get to wherever the next Stargazer is located. There's an area back at the zoo with an enemy inside, and they're guarding a chest. But the thing is, I could not figure out how to, get into that cage, get into that area, because there was no opening to the cage, and there was like a ramp, but it was facing the wrong way, and I could not climb on top of the ramp. So I need to figure out how the heck to get into that enclosure and pick up that chest, because yeah, I need to get whatever that item is for sure, without a doubt. Carnival. Balloons? Okay, okay. I don't like this. I already don't like this. God damn. These people got obliterated.
Hello. Rosora wants to be your friend. Will you be my friend?
The fuck? That is very, very creepy. If horror games and horror shows and everything have taught me anything, never, ever, ever trust a tiny little girl doll. They are evil incarnate. Hello there, person.
Hello. Rosora wants to be your friend. Will you be my friend? Rosora wants to be free. But I need my shoes to do that. Please, please help me travel the world. Help me to hold your hand and dance. I will wait for you here.
Okay. How did you lose your shoes?
Rosora was locked in a birdcage. I don't know how long I was there. A white butterfly woke me up and freed me. And I followed the white butterfly all the way here. But I lost my shoes while I was running. I don't know where they came off.
Okay. Why do you want to be free?
I have a precious friend. I miss that friend dearly. We played all the time, at the Rose Estate. Our hearts were filled with joy. Rosora wants to see her friend again. That's why I have to go back there.
Oh, Rose Estate. So she must be friends with a stalker then.
I want to go back to the Rose Estate. But to do that, Rosora needs her shoes. Please, please help Rosora travel the world. Help me to hold your hand and dance. I will wait for you here.
Okay. Okay. As long as you're not out to kill me, I guess I will help you. If you're strong enough, you can also help me kill bosses, but I assume you're not going to do that. We'll see, LOL. Laxatia took you, like, 3.5 hours to kill. Let me tell you, Laxatia is one hell of a piece of work. Like, even to this day, you know, I've played the game, beaten New Game Plus 2, right? I still struggle so easily with Laxatia Phase 2. Her Phase 2 is disgusting. It is not a joke. Yeah, I don't like her Phase 2. I have, like, a very, like, semi, sorta, kind of strategy for Phase 2 of Laxatia, but it's not, like, guaranteed to work every single time. It's very much RNG. But, yeah, no, Laxatia is a very difficult boss, so I don't think that, you know, I don't think that you are as bad as I am, without a doubt. They did this in order to relax you a little. Carnivals do the exact opposite for me. I do not like carnivals. You think the doll is pretty? Other than the fact that she's a doll, and she has, like, this pale white face, everything else about her is fine. I like the dress and everything, yeah. You've only beaten it once. Your strat is, for phase 2, is just survive. So, Bob, I will give you a good tip. But this tip is, it is situational, right? If you, you know, if you have a different playstyle than what I'm about to, like, mention, if you, you know, use different weapons, use different abilities, whatever, then it probably is not going to benefit you. But I will mention this strategy because I think for me, it kind of saved my life, right? So, first and foremost, I think that you probably know this, and if you don't know this, then it's very, very good, very beneficial to learn. Laxatia is weak to acid. I would say pretty weak. Like, you know, she has a big disadvantage when you use acid against her. What I would highly recommend for you, this is my, you know, big recommendation for anyone who is having trouble with Laxatia. Number one, use a weapon that is automatically imbued with acid, right? So if we take a look here, I think I have it in my weapons list, maybe. So this weapon right here, the acidic crystal spear blade, as well as, oh, I don't have the other one built. Yeah, I don't have the other one built. It is, let me see if I can show you. This one right here, the Carcass Crystal Axe Blade. So these two weapons, the axe and the spear, they are innately imbued with acid, and every attack that you do will deal acid damage, right? I would highly recommend using one of those two weapons, and you can feel free to modify the handle however you want to. If you have a different handle that you want to use instead that works better for you, go ahead and do that. But my recommendation is, okay, with the grindstone that you use, right, you can, assuming that you have the upgrades unlocked from the P organ, you can use your grindstone 2 times, you know, in every boss fight. I would highly recommend that you take the perfect grindstone. And if you don't know what that one is, it's the grindstone that will temporarily allow you to perfect guard every single attack that you block, right? Even if you block it late, even if you block it early, it'll count as a perfect guard. And the strategy is basically, during phase 2 of Laxatia, whenever Laxatia jumps into the air, and then she throws the, like, I think it's maybe 4 or 5 lightning bolts at you, and then she does, like, a slam down fury attack, right, after she throws the bolts, that is when you want to use the grindstone. When she jumps up into the air, it'll give you plenty of time to activate the grindstone, so jump up into the air, activate the grindstone, then just block. Perfect guard all of the attacks, right? That sequence, that combo that she does, if you perfect guard all of it, it'll do a really good chunk of damage, right? So, that is really useful. And a lot of the time, you know, it can change because RNG, of course. You know, basically, she will do the jump up lightning throw attack, I think at least 2 times during phase 2. Sometimes RNG is wacky and maybe she might do it only 1 time, or, you know, she might potentially do it 3, but I don't think I've ever seen her do it 3 times. Every time that she does it, you know, she should do it twice, maybe even just once. Use the perfect grindstone, because it will save your life. It'll not only will it allow you to chunk her HP down, it'll also allow you to save your pulse cells and make sure that your pulse cells, you know, you have plenty for phase 2 and you're not wasting them, right? And it'll hopefully do some poise damage to her, get her closer to being staggered, right? And that is the reason why I recommend the acid weapons, because since your grindstone is being used for the perfect grindstone, rather than like acid or fire or electric or anything else, that way your weapon will have innate acid damage, and it'll be able to deal even more DPS against her. Yeah, that's what I would highly recommend. Another thing that you can do, like, even, let's say hypothetically, right, you do not want to use the acid weapons, that's totally okay. What I would recommend is simply use whatever weapon that you want to. It can be anything. It can be a big heavy weapon, a small weapon, anything. And what I would recommend is you basically stock up on this right here, the acid abrasive. You can also, if you want to, take the fire abrasive and use that. I would not recommend electric just because Laxatia has resistance against electricity. seeing that she does lightning damage against you, right? But you can take any of these abrasives with you, and the nice thing is that these things, they activate a lot faster than the grindstone would. So if you need to quickly pop one of these during the battle, you can, and you can imbue your whatever weapon you choose to use with acid, with electricity, with fire, your choice, right? Maybe the more of these that you take with you, the more extra status effect damage that you'll have. But yeah, the perfect grindstone, I think it has made phase 2 a lot easier, because without the perfect grindstone, for me personally, I realize that when she does the lightning throw attack and then she does the slam down hit, without the perfect grindstone, I lose a lot of HP. I get hit, I get chunked, and I have to use like maybe 2 pulse cells, possibly 3 to heal up, and it's just, it makes phase 2 a lot more difficult to stay alive, to survive and sustain through it. So yeah, I highly recommend Perfect Grindstone if you are interested in that strategy, and I think it will make your life a little bit easier against Laxatia. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, Laxatia is, like, you know, I would say in base game Lies of P, for me, Laxatia is the most difficult boss fight. I struggled a lot against Laxatia, and I still do. She is not an easy boss. I think that there are very, very, very few attacks during her phase 2 that I am able to successfully perfect guard on my own. It's very, very tricky. I still don't know the timing for her attacks in phase 2. But phase 1, Laxatia is actually kind of a piece of cake. I can handle phase 1. It's not that bad at all. It's definitely depending on RNG, right? As with everything, but yeah. Far and away the most difficult in the base game. Yeah. Oof, Laxatia, like, anyone who is a first-time Lies of P player, a sort of like average casual Lies of P player, I can understand if any of them are like, yeah, Laxatia kicked my ass and I hate her. Like, I don't disagree with that. I think that's very fair. One of my dear friends, his name is One Cup of Water on Twitch. He told me that, you know, previously I think he had Lies of P on Xbox Game Pass, and when he played the game, like, you know, long ago, he got all the way to Laxatia in the game, and he couldn't beat Laxatia, and he gave up. He ended up basically closing the game, and you know, he kind of just, I don't know if he uninstalled, but he like moved on to go and play other games instead. So yeah, Laxatia is one hell of a challenge. See that I use Aegis? Did I see the new Legion arms? Oh yeah, so I talked about this during my last stream, Bob, so I'll show it to you here, right? I actually, so let's take a look. Let's go to craft. I unlocked this one right here called Icarus, and I actually upgraded it to max because I had plenty of the materials, right? I think Icarus is pretty cool. I like the idea of it. I like the design of it. It is a little bit situational, and I don't know how viable it is for boss fights. I think that I can see the utility of this Legion arm for open world, for exploration, running around and hitting enemies. However, I don't know whether it is better than the base game ones that we have here. So yeah, I'm still warming up with this one. I have not yet decided whether I like it or not. I think that, you know, it has some utility to it. I think it can be very nice to have, you know, essentially what this is it's even more saw blades, right? You have the saw blade throwables, right? And you can have 6 of them in total. This is basically, you know, an extension of the saw blades, right? Now, we have this one right here, Cataclysm, right? So first and foremost, I don't have the material that I need in order to unlock it, right? Unfortunately, I need to go and find the material. And then the other thing about Cataclysm that I like the idea of this Legion arm, and I want to use it because I think it seems pretty cool. It kind of is like basically similar to Falcon Eyes, except for Falcon Eyes is more long range, whereas Cataclysm is short range, right? It's a shotgun. My biggest disappointment with Cataclysm, and the reason why I chose to go for Icarus first rather than Cataclysm, is that if you take a look at the scaling of this Legion arm, right, it primarily scales off of motivity rather than technique. Technique is C and motivity is A. So this is absolutely a Legion arm that is built for people who have a motivity build, and I do not have that. I have a technique build. That is currently what I'm running in this game, and I do not want to, you know, reallocate my stats. I don't want to change my build to a different one. I think that, in my opinion, technique is my favorite type of build in this game. A lot of the weapons that I utilize in this game are scaling with technique, right? So I don't know whether I will be able to use this Legion arm effectively. I don't know whether it's going to be powerful or not. Yeah, it is. It's a mixed bag. We'll see. But I don't have the material yet to unlock it, so I'll have to wait a little bit. Overall, I still do think that, you know, quite a few of the base game Legion arms are very, very powerful, very useful. So yeah. That's what you did too? You were mostly interested in it for the AoE in the 4th stage, but it's pretty mid in your opinion. That's fair, yeah. I think, like, one thing that I've noticed, in Lies of P, I feel like, at least from my observation, you know, I could be 100% wrong about this. I feel like there's not a lot of bosses in Lies of P that are weak to slashing damage, right? Which is primarily what the saw blades are and what Icarus does. It does the slash damage, right? I don't know if there's a lot of bosses out there that are weak to it. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't, but I feel like the answer is no. And so, you know, I am a little bit sad that Icarus is kind of more delegated to, you know, running around exploring the areas and killing, like, the smaller enemies, but it is what it is. Like, I think it would have been cool to get a new Legion arm that is, like, perfectly suited, perfectly built for boss fights. However, I mean, it is what it is, right? It's fine. Yeah, as long as it has some use in the game, then I'm happy with it. I think, like, so far, the only Legion arm in this entire game that I do not like, and I will never ever use, is the Deus Ex Machina. I do not like that Legion arm. I think it is absolute trash, absolute worthlessness. I don't enjoy it whatsoever. But yeah. Yep, that's correct, Bob. It is the proxy mine. Yeah, I don't like that one.
The Carnival Garden. The tram station's that way. I think it's our best chance of getting out of here.
Step right up and throw what you've got. Knock down the clowns and claim the prize. Oh, you can't even lock on to the, Yeah, you can't even lock on. Changes to reconnaissance orders. Intel received regarding an ambush by the legendary stalker. Priority changed. Temporarily suspend the search for Lady Marchiona's small puppet. Prepare for the legendary stalker's attack. Oh shit. Wait, is the Rosanna girl, the tiny little doll, is that Marchiona's friend? Oh shit. If that's the case, this is not good news. Yikes. Yeah, we have some bad news to tell her. You've never tried it? You're actually not much of an ARM user. That's very fair. It's very funny, Bob. So, my good friend, One Cup of Water, he told me, like, he's played Lies of P on his stream a little bit, and I feel, you know, whenever he tells me this, I feel pain, because, you know, in my head, I'm thinking, like, oh, man, like, he's missing out, right? Unfortunately, One Cup of Water, he told me that, like, basically, when he plays Lies of P, he never uses his Legion arm, and he also never uses throwable items. And every time he tells me that, I think to myself, oh my god, he is making this game so much more difficult than it has to be, right? In my opinion, I think that for both Legion arm and for throwables, those resources can mean the difference between losing and winning a boss fight. It can mean the difference between surviving and winning, or dying and suffering and failing. Legion arm and throwables are incredibly valuable, incredibly useful, and yeah, they are absolutely worth investing into, in my opinion. I would highly recommend it to anyone. But if you don't want to use it, if it's like, you know, not your style of gameplay, that's totally fair. Like, I can't force people to play a game in the way that they don't want to, right? Carnival coin. Coin minted for use inside the carnival garden. Use the coin to activate a carnival attraction. Enjoy our rides and attractions with this exclusive carnival coin. Not real currency. Zero value outside Crowd Zoo. Fascinating. Okay. Okay. I thought that, you know, maybe, possibly, those puppets were going to be friendly, but they're definitely not. Okay. Oh, Black Rabbit Brotherhood? Black Rabbit Hole Key. Interesting. Okay, okay. Oh, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Don't tell me there's a butterfly here. I don't like that. I do not like that a single bit. Let's see. Rarely use the arm and almost never use throwables. Did throw a shot put at flying enemy the other day, though. Just not your playstyle. I mean, that's totally fair. Yeah, I mean, if you want to kind of, yeah, if you want to limit yourself to certain weapons, certain, you know, abilities and whatever, yeah, go for it, right? All the power to you. I think, like, you know, the only scenario where I get a little bit frustrated and annoyed is, like, you know, and I'm not saying that any particular person that I know has ever done this, because I don't think that anyone has, right? But I think that there are some people out there, you know, on the internet, out there in the world. I think that, you know, there are some people that exist in this world where they will intentionally play a game a certain way, and they will ignore certain mechanics and be like, yeah, I don't want to use this particular thing. I don't want to take advantage of something specific, right? And then what they'll do is they'll be like, oh man, this game is so hard, this game is so challenging, and I hate it, and I think that this game is bad because it's so punishing. And it's like, well, okay, like, it is punishing, but that doesn't make it a bad game just because you refuse to use certain mechanics and you don't want to make your life easier, right? I think when people try to, you know, take out their frustrations on the game, saying that it's bad, it's like, no, that's not really what's happening here. But yeah. Love using the Fable Art on the weapon and trying to rip big damage. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's a big guy right there. Let me go over here and take care of the little puppets first. Partible coin? Okay, okay. How dangerous is this guy going to be? Okay. Is he done walking? Is he not gonna turn around? I think he's dumb, chat. Interesting. This guy's not that bad. Wow, I basically hit the box on his back and kind of like bounced off of it. Wow, that does a lot of damage. Okay. And he broke the box. I thought I pressed the block button there. Did I not? Oh, he has the jump. Okay. Okay. Bye-bye. Alright. Is there anything else down here that I missed? Anything valuable? I don't think that there is. Taking damage must have changed his pathing. Could be, could be. Never dog anyone for using all the abilities options available. Bothers you when people do that? Yeah, yeah. Those people who, you know, they don't know anything except for just, like, kind of, trying to tell other people how to play the game, right? Being like, oh, you're doing it wrong. You have to play it in this way or that way, right? I do not like that kind of mindset. I think it's very, very, like, rude, in my opinion. What's up, old friend? Been a while? I thought I pressed the block button there, but okay. Nice. Okay. I pressed the block button there. Wait, that hit? He was literally just, like, putting his weapon back. Carnival coin? Okay, okay. I have 3 of those. There's a puppet over there. Okay. I remember these puppets from the base game. Absolutely hate them. That door doesn't open. Okay, okay. Investigate. You need a carnival coin. Insert coin to activate. Let's not activate anything yet. I wanna run around and try to explore what other items are around here. Yeah, I don't like that guy. Guy throws pretty damn far. No, you don't. No, you don't. Okay, so there's a guy there. Nothing over here? Just a dead end? Okay, okay. Can I just walk on? I guess I could. Oh, there's enemies down there. Ah, I see, I see. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, you bitch. Die. Fuck is this? Okay. Carnival coin? Okay, so we have 4 carnival coins so far. I don't know actually how much we need. Is it possible to get up there, chat? Interesting. Okay. There's no way I can jump up there. How the hell do you get up? Yeah, I have no idea, chat. This one's stumping me. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to pull myself up. I think I'm way too far away. Alright, we need to mark this location. We need to remember it. Because I need to get that chest somehow. Alright, so we've explored that. We've already went that way to that door. And that's the entrance, right? Okay. Let's go check out whatever the hell this thing is over here. I don't think I'm gonna like this, but we'll try it. Oh, God. What the fuck is this, chat? Oh, I don't like this. I don't know what this is, but I don't like this. Ow, you... Ow. I'm so confused what I'm supposed to do here. Am I supposed to hit the ones that are exploding? Or I'm not supposed to hit the ones that are exploding? How did that not count as a hit? Okay, the weapon that I'm using is really bad for aiming. I don't like it. I could try the sword and see how the sword does. How did that miss, dude? Are you kidding me? Fucking hit. Dude, this aiming is fucking garbage. Wait, was I one away from getting it? Oh, that's so trash. Okay, I have an idea. I have an idea. This may not work very well, but let's try it. Did I do it? I think I did it. Okay, okay. Ooh, a weapon. Maniac's Pinwheel Blade. Interesting. Okay, okay. Alright, so we have 3 more of the carnival coins. Let's see here. I don't know what's going on with this Ferris wheel. Maybe I'm supposed to exit at some particular location here. Or maybe it's simply just a Ferris wheel for fun. But, yeah, I'm very, very curious.
Even this place was prettier and happier back in the day.
Damn. Feels sad, man. No, there's 3 of them. I didn't realize that one had appeared behind me. That was my mistake. Zoo Tram Station Key. A key found in the Carnival Garden. It unlocks the entrance to the zoo tram station. There was only one way to escape the monsters and reach downtown. Unfortunately, the staff member could not avoid his fate and breathed his last. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. Oh, is this the, yeah, this seems to be the pathway to get on the carnival. Okay. Ow. Ow. Really? Fucking hell. Can't believe that these horses actually, like, knock you down. Ow, that hurt. That hurt a lot. Alright, what's this item here? Better be a quartz or something useful. Rose shoes. A lovely pair of crimson shoes adorned with roses. They're perfectly sized for a small doll. It does not remember opening its eyes or why. Perhaps this life is a dream wished into existence by another. Once awake, though, may it travel the world and live life to the fullest. Okay. How does that hit? What? So wacky. Okay. I don't like that carnival. That carnival is no fun, chat. Okay. Let's get the hell out of here. Sharp pipe. Okay, okay. Oh, there's a merchant here. What's up, dude?
Oh, if it isn't a stalker. Play acting the hero who saves the world, huh? Meanwhile, I have chosen instead to simply look upon this ruined world from this grand little vantage point. Really add some zest and extravagance to my tea time. But this situation really hasn't helped the costs of my already expensive hobby. So, a transaction is always welcome.
Okay. Ooh, yes, let's buy these. We definitely want it. Taking that one. Taking that one. Taking that one. Yeah, sure. Survival amulet. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, okay, okay. Sell. Do I want to sell anything, chat? 40.84. This one's still 44. Okay. Yeah, no. We're gonna sell that one. Break +2, shock +2, disruption, fiber, armor, and multi-layer. Okay.
That is a key, yes. A key to one of the Black Rabbit Brotherhood's hideouts. I assume a member of the Brotherhood dropped it somewhere. But only a fool or a lunatic would loiter around one of their hideouts. So, no. It isn't selling all that well, actually.
Don't worry about it. I got it, buddy. Nice. Okay, so we open this gate. Perfect. What the hell is in here? Have I been in here before?
The stage is set. Now, be our guest. Step right up and do your best.
Give me a second.
The festival lights are all aglow. Just have fun and go with the flow.
I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here, but,
Don't roll back. That's the ticket. Land your best moves and really stick it.
am I supposed to have a gesture? Maybe I am.
The stage is set. Now, be our guest. Step right up and do your best.
Use.
The festival lights are all aglow. Just have fun and go with the flow.
Huh. I don't think I have a correct gesture.
That's the ticket. Land your best moves and really stick it.
Use.
The stage is set now.
You need a carnival coin. Do I want to use a carnival coin on that? I don't know about that, chat. Okay. Let's see here. Maybe using Falcon Eyes here might be not a bad idea. I don't know. So we already went through there. Okay. We already went on the Ferris wheel. I don't think we've been here, chat. Whatever this is, I don't think so. Okay, okay. And then that's just the carnival, merry-go-round. Okay, okay. Let's check out whatever the heck this is here. The hell is this place? I don't like how empty it is, chat. What the fuck is happening? Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, you piece of garbage. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright, this guy means business. This guy is really tough. Oof. Okay. 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 Nice. Easy money. Ergo Crystal. There we go, baby. Took me a while, but we got it. Okay, what's this item here? Ooh, okay. Auto-adaptive converter +2. Okay, I'll take that. That looks like a very, very useful item. So, we unlocked this. Let me go back to the most recent. And then let's check out the other attractions. Let's see. So this one over here we already went to. This one over there we already went to. I don't think there's anything over there, if I'm not mistaken. God damn, that range is insane. All right. Okay. Yeah, so we already paid for that one. I think the last one that we have, chat, is the one that we unlocked the shortcut for, if I'm not mistaken. Ow. Damn, Ergo Crystal? Okay. That's kind of worth. Chest? That's also worth. Ooh, the sleep amulet +1. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. Anything over here? Any free items? No? Nothing? Alright, up we go, chat. I do like the theme of this area, the theme of the carnival. Seems pretty nice. Ow. Okay.
The festival lights are all aglow. Just have fun and go with the flow.
Let's see what happens here, chat. Ooh, we get an upgrade. Nice. Okay. That's really, really nice. Thank you very much, Mr. Puppet, for giving us a free item. I very much appreciate that. Okay. Carnival Prize Announcement. Welcome to the Carnival. You are invited to the Prize Puppets special stage. Demonstrate your dance moves and showcase your talent. A special prize awaits. But wait, there's more. Insert a Carnival coin for a surprise gift. Find the Prize Puppet now. Very nice, chat. Very, very nice. So what's this right here? Investigate. An inactive mechanical organ. Insert a coin to activate.
Oh, now that's what I call a dance number. Come on, let's see your best moves.
Ah, okay. So this is where you get the dance gesture. I see, okay. And then if you go over here...
All round back. That's the ticket. Land your best moves and really stick it.
Alright. Gesture? Where's the move?
Yes.
Ooh, nice. Strategist Amulet. Ooh, okay, okay. I like that. I like that, chat. That's really creative. Okay. Bye-bye. Alright. So, I don't remember, chat. Where was the... Is it over here? Trying to figure out where the hideout for the Black Rabbit Brotherhood was. I think it was over here. Okay. Eccentric's Mask, Piercing Death's Hunting Apparel. Ooh. Okay, okay. Not really anything super duper valuable, but still, it's DLC stuff, so I'll take it, right? Why not? We've already been down there. We've already, you know, gotten all the items there. Cool. I think the only thing that's left, chat, is basically to go through the tram station, right? Obviously, we need to talk to Rosara, the doll, right? But yeah, going through the tram station as our next, you know, stop, I think seems to be the move. I want to try this very quickly, chat, and see if this does anything. So let's see. If I swap to Falcon Eyes, and then I do... Okay. Royal Flower Tea Set can only be sold. A fancy tea set distinguished by its antique beauty. Someone who recognizes its value will want to buy it regardless of how expensive it is. Every former alchemist leader was a lover of tea. The teacup made by Royal Flower is said to have been especially cherished. Perhaps they celebrated their ascent to becoming the kings of Krot with a cup of fragrant tea. Ooh, interesting. Okay. All right. And then, let me see. I'm going to go ahead and reset here because I believe there's another, like, firing gallery that's over here. And I want to see whatever prize it is that we get. So it's not there. It is, I think, somewhere up here. Why did I not jump up? Hello? That was weird. That was really, really weird. I don't like that. I don't know what happened there, but I don't like that. Okay. Am I going in the wrong direction? I swear there was another shooting gallery somewhere. Oh, I think it's this one right here. What's going on, Arch? How's it going? Welcome on in, Raiders. How's everyone doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am playing Carnival games right now. Yo, yo. What is happening, Arch? How was your stream, man? Ooh, nice, an ampule. I'll take that. I'll take that. I like that a lot. Let's see. Playing Resident Evil today. Okay, okay. How was Resident Evil, Arch? For the very first time. Ah, that's really cool. That's really, really cool. Yeah, I myself have never really played Resident Evil. I just find that, you know, the theme of the game is not really my style, right? The whole, like, oh, kind of weird zombie infection type story thing, right? Like, it's just not really something that I particularly love. And, you know, it might sound surprising, just because, you know, obviously I'm playing Lies of P right now, and Lies of P kind of has some very kind of eldritch or Lovecraftian horror vibes to it, a little bit, right? So it may sound surprising, but I think the only reason why I enjoy Lies of P in comparison to Resident Evil is just because I like the combat of Lies of P quite a lot. But I've heard, you know, everyone else who plays Resident Evil, you know, they really, really enjoy the franchise. They think that it's absolutely magnificent. And yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of positive things about the franchise that, you know, I cannot argue against, right? So yeah. Been meaning to for ages, but you're finally getting around to it. I mean, hey, someday you gotta work on the you know, queue of games to play, right? You gotta go down the list and you gotta explore something that you've never done before. But yeah, I hope you had a fun time with Resident Evil. I hope you're really enjoying the game. Yeah. Let's see here. I need to grab my golden coin fruit. So, Arch, I am curious because I do know that you are a Souls player. I know that you have played Lies of P, and I think that you do enjoy the game. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm curious to know, have you played the DLC? And if so, how far have you gotten? And if you would not mind, you know, I would humbly ask that you not spoil too much. But yeah, basically, I'm at the part here of the Overture DLC where I've gotten into the Carnival. So after defeating the first, like, major boss of the DLC, I you know, arrived at the Carnival. I'm curious to know if you have played at all yourself and how far you've gotten.
Stalker.
Let me see here. Purchase. What do I want to buy? Recovery's not bad. I could buy recovery. 7? What is a multiple of 3? Let me take a look here. Calculator. Is 121 a multiple of 3? No, it's not. I cannot count properly. 123 divided by 3. Yeah, 123. Okay. Alright. I'll just buy 3 more. Why not? Make sure I'm not overflowing. Arch said I'm a good chunk into it. Still have a bit to go through. Nice. Michan said, started the DLC before you did. You progressed past him, then he played to catch up to you. Ah, I see, I see. So you guys are kind of having like a back and forth race where, like, you know, Michan gets ahead, and then Archdin gets ahead, and then Michan, you know, it's kind of like, ooh, who's gonna be first? Who's gonna win? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, Michan, you finished the DLC. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's really, really cool, Michan. Without giving away any major spoilers, I'm curious to know, what did you think of the DLC? Did you really like it, or did you think it was kind of, you know, maybe not as fun, maybe quite punishing? I'm curious to know your thoughts, because I've heard other Lies of P players give their opinions on the DLC, and you know, I've heard some criticisms. I've heard some things about, like, how the DLC could be changed, could be modified, could be improved. But I think overall, I think a lot of the Lies of P players are really enjoying the DLC, in terms of, you know, everything, maybe everything, like, other than some bosses that might be difficult. I think, like, you know, the visuals, the music, the sort of theme and everything, right? I think all the Lies of P players are very much appreciative of it, you know? Got all achievements back this morning. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, I'm working on doing that myself. So, you know, funny story for Michan and Arch, if you guys did not know about this. So, you know, obviously we, like, I don't think anyone knew that the DLC was going to be shadow dropped, that it was going to just, you know, be released without any, like, prior warning, right? There was speculation, but there was never, like, guaranteed, you know, everybody knew about it, right? So for me, what actually ended up happening is, you know, I was playing Lies of P, and I was going through New Game Plus 2, and, you know, I was, basically working on getting 100% Steam achievements, because I had not gotten 100% Steam achievements, so I was going through New Game Plus 2, working on getting all the achievements, right? And I remember that literally on the day when I was, you know, it was a Friday, June, I almost said January, June 6th, right? So on Friday, my plan for the day was to go live, stream New Game Plus 2, finish getting all the achievements, and then my plan was to basically, like, jump into whatever next game that I wanted to play. Something probably not Souls related, just something else, right, on my Steam library. And I heard the announcement that it was shadow dropped, and I was like, oh shit. So literally the day when I finished New Game Plus 2, and I got, you know, 42 out of 42 achievements completed, they released the DLC, and as you are very well aware, they added more Steam achievements to the game. And so I was like, well, shit, okay. Timing, right? Yeah, and so, you know, I was like, well, I guess I'm not going to be playing a non-Souls game. I guess I'm still going to be playing Lies of P on my stream. And yeah, my plan was basically just to try to jump into the Overture DLC as quickly as I could. It was only, you know, after a little while that I found out that you have to basically, I think you have to get to the end of Chapter 9 in the base game to unlock the entrance to the DLC, the quest and whatever. So I was like, okay, I guess I'll have to grind through New Game Plus 3, getting through Chapter 9, and then I'll start the DLC. So, yeah. But I'm glad, Michan, that you enjoyed it. It seems like you had a really, really memorable time with the DLC. And I think you said that, like, all of the bosses except for one is, you know, okay, and you don't mind the bosses, you like the bosses. I'm going to assume that whatever boss it is that you're referring to, I have not encountered that boss. So, you know, what's it called? Yeah, I'm not gonna basically press for further details. I'm not gonna be like, tell me who it is, because I'll probably encounter the boss later on in the DLC myself. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. I missed some messages. Let me scroll and read. I want to see what everyone said. Some people just have skill issue. Arch, those are fighting words. First of all, I think you're calling me out. I think you're directly talking about me. So screw you, Arch. I'm kidding, but I am not a good player at Souls games, and I do have skill issue. Let's see. Michan said, I heard from a streamer a few hours beforehand. Oh, that's... You got the insider info. Okay, I see how it is. Okay. Arch said, started another playthrough to prep for it. Thankfully wasn't too far off the requirements. Went to access when it dropped. Ah, okay, so you were more than ready whenever the DLC came around. Okay, that's really convenient. That's really nice for you, yeah. Weren't you in New Game Plus 2, so why did you go into New Game Plus 3? I'm assuming you're asking me, Michan. I don't think Arch played the DLC on New Game Plus 3. Maybe he did. Maybe he did. But, to answer the question of why am I playing on New Game Plus 3, I talked about this a little bit before, like a while back in a stream long ago, whenever you guys were around, and I think it was like the first time that Michan maybe raided over to me. So when it comes to Souls games, right, whether it's you know, Souls or Souls-like, you know, Lies of P included, any game out there that has a Souls aspect to it, for me, the number one thing that I absolutely despise doing is I hate basically grinding to level up my character and get my character stronger. I really hate that process because I just feel like it is very tedious. It's very, very, very time consuming. And the reason I play Souls games is because of the combat, not for, you know, character building and you know, all of that farming of currency, whether it's ergo, souls, runes, anything that you can think of, right? That's just not what I enjoy. So whenever I start playing a Souls game or a Souls-like game, if I go through the trouble of going through and creating a profile and building a character, and then new extra content gets added to the game, I do not ever create a brand new profile. I think that creating a brand new profile is one of the most depressing things for me, because it basically means I have to start over from zero. And I feel like my hard work on my main profile, it doesn't go anywhere for me, right? So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to play the DLC on New Game Plus 3 because I have a character that is fully well built, and I have, you know, all of the useful items, all of the useful abilities and weapons that I want unlocked. So yeah, that's kind of my style of gameplay. You are looking at this guy who is a moron. I basically played Elden Ring all the way to New Game Plus 7, and then when the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC came out, I played the DLC on New Game Plus 7 for the very first time, blind. I did not know what I was getting into. So this idiot right here, this is who you're talking to. I am not very wise when it comes to Souls games. I have my own style, and I think that style is being an idiot and being punished, being a masochist. So yeah. But anyways, I'm glad you enjoyed the DLC, Michan. Glad you had a fun time with it. Arch, I'm glad you're enjoying Resident Evil. I hope you continue to enjoy it and continue to love the franchise of games. And yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah. If you guys need to dip out, if you need to grab food, grab a drink, go to bed, anything, feel free to do whatever you need to do. But I will be playing a little bit more of the DLC tonight. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be live for, but maybe just a little bit more gameplay, and then I will probably call it and go to bed myself, and we'll raid over to a different channel. So yeah. Need to go get food? Yeah, definitely do that, Arch. Definitely do that. Absolutely. Thank you, Arch. Appreciate you, homie. Appreciate. And hope you get some really, really delicious food that you can munch on. But yeah, let's hop back into the game, shall we, chat? Let's see here. So I grabbed the golden coin fruit, right? I think I did. Do I need to talk to anyone here at the hotel? No, I don't. What's this over? Oh, broken puppet. Okay. I'll talk to him later. Carnival Garden. Yeah, let's go here. But yeah, so if anyone out there is a Lies of P player, if you are familiar with the DLC, what I can tell you so far is that I have basically fought two bosses. One of them is like a side boss, and then the other one is a major boss, right? The very first major, boss fight of the entire DLC. The side boss that I fought is a giant, massive mutant crocodile, and I fucking hated that fight. I thought that fight was hot garbage, and I did not think that there was a single good thing about it. I did not enjoy a single second of it. The other fight that I did, the main boss fight, I will refrain from mentioning the name of the boss just in case people out there want to avoid potential spoilers, but that boss fight was very, very tricky, very difficult. However, compared to the crocodile, I think that the main major boss fight was a lot more likable, a lot more tolerable compared to the crocodile. I did not enjoy the crocodile a single bit. So yeah. But anyways, let's continue on, and we're gonna go this way. Nope, I have the wrong one out. Okay. Nicely done. Nicely done. And then we go through here. And we have the merchant. Let's talk to him because I think he has some dialogue for us.
Well, you've stumbled across something of real value. Good taste or plain luck, I wonder. Either way, when you're ready to sell it, consider me. You can't get a proper price for those just anywhere. No, you need to sell it to a specialist, an expert like me, who knows its true worth. And if we can reach a deal, I might have an interesting secret for you.
Okay. If, I don't know if there is, but if anybody out there in chat is lurking, and you are familiar with the DLC, right? I'd like to ask a question to you. Is this merchant the only person that you can sell the teacup or the tea set that I picked up? Is this the only guy that you can sell that item to? Because if it is, I will go ahead and sell it to him. But I have a strange feeling that there might be multiple people that I can sell the teacup to. I could be wrong, but I am very, very curious. Because I don't want to, like, make a wrong decision where it's like, oh, you can sell it to the merchant now, or you can wait until later, and there might be another person who wants to buy it, and the other person has, like, an even more valuable reward that they can give you, or something like that. Yeah, if there's any Lies of P DLC knowers, any experienced people out there that can, you know, provide an answer to the question, let me know. But I think for now, I'm going to hold off on selling it. I don't want to give it away right now. Okay, let's go and let's chat with the puppet. Let's chat with the little girl and return her lost shoes so that we can get the next piece of dialogue here. I found your shoes.
I need my shoes to be free. I will wait for you here. Oh, you found my shoes. Thank you. Rizora is so happy.
Oh, cutscene? Nope, no cutscene.
Now I can run. I can dance. I can go anywhere. I can go back to the Rose Estate. You gave me back my freedom. So here's a present for you. It's called Rizora's Treasure. No matter where I end up, I'll remember you. The friend who helped free Rizora. I'll go to the Rose Estate now. With each step the shoes and I take, I'll think of you. My new friend.
Okay, okay. Rizora's Treasure. A piece of a drawing. A child's drawing that looks very old. Ooh. Interesting. Since you took my hand, and my time began, I'll fly high and free in the world you gave me. The joy of yearning for someone and embarking upon a journey after escaping the birdcage. Lisrim, the song to sing when dancing at the world's end. Very fascinating. Very, very fascinating. Okay. So, let's go, I guess, to the tram. I think we've cleared out everything in this area, other than, of course, selling the teacup or the tea set or whatever it is.
That missing persons poster. You saw it too, right? The name reads Romeo. Romeo, the legendary stalker's apprentice.
Yep.
Since we're back in the past, there's a chance we might run into him. So let's stay strong and carry on.
Honestly, if I get to run into Romeo, that will be one of the biggest highlights of the DLC. That'll be absolutely incredible. Oop, Stargazer.
Hello? Is someone there?
There is no
Hello?
way.
Is someone there?
There's no way that this is Lady Antonia. It has to be someone else. Who is this?
You there? I hear you.
Can you help an old blind lady? This easel before me. It's not supposed to be empty, is it? Do you see a painting on the ground? It's mine. Pick it up and give it to me. Quickly.
Okay.
Even though I can't see, I can tell from the feel of the canvas. Oh, thank the heavens. This is my painting. It is very precious to me. Since losing my sight, this piece has given me courage. I'm sure you would love to hear my story.
Yes, tell me your story.
Once, I was a high-ranking alchemist, with a dream and a purpose. I dedicated my life to the cause of human evolution. Unfortunately, I suffered an accident in the laboratory. The incident damaged my eyes. I could no longer work. But the accident turned out to be a blessing. Stumbling in the dark, I found a painting that revealed the path of truth through art. What do you think? What do you see when you look at my painting?
Incredible. It's a brilliant work of art.
You have a good eye. This painting inspired me greatly. I lost my sight, but I see the path I must walk. You know, the world is a dark, cold, and isolating place. However, I am attuned. I tread the path. I will find the light, the brilliance that illuminates art.
Okay. Okay.
I tread the path. I tread the path.
Okay. No more dialogue for her. Okay, okay. Nice. Got an ergo crystal. We love to see it. Alright, let's see here, chat. I'm gonna take a moment to level up here. Nice. Level 70. Okay. Getting closer and closer to 80. Yeah, so we still have the merchant. Yeah, okay, okay. Alright. So. I guess I'm supposed to get on the tram now? Get on the tram. Alright, where are we going to now, chat? What is the next area? God, the visuals on the DLC are absolutely beautiful. Okay, loading screen. I don't know if there's going to be an animation, if there's going to be a cutscene. Oh shit. Surely this is not Hotel Krat, right? Wait, kitty! Spring! Oh, my beautiful little kitty. Yes, 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 Spring! Oh my god. That is adorable. I love seeing baby Spring. This is going to be absolutely trippy if we are entering Hotel Krat. Basically the past version of Hotel Krat.
Hotel Krat. I know, I still can't believe it myself. This must be before the grand opening.
Holy shit. It looks so different, chat. Wait, there's a pathway behind here? Oh my god. Whoa. This is trippy. Upgrade core. Use the upgrade core to further amplify the abilities of the P organ. You can upgrade the P organ in the activate P organ menu. Ooh, okay, chat. Let's see. Activate P organ. Quartz effects can be amplified even further by upgrading the P organ with quartz. Upgrading the P organ will amplify the specific quartz effects. Certain upgrades will not amplify quartz effects, but will instead provide additional effects. Okay, so phase 7 is the maximum. Okay, okay. Upgrade P organ. Wait. Let me see here. One of the quartz effects listed below must be activated. Okay. I see. Oh, okay. Okay. So what I'm looking for, chat, here, the reason why I'm kind of reading through all of this is because it said that there are some upgrades, some P organ upgrades here, where essentially, if you choose to upgrade the particular specific, ability, instead of amplifying it, it will add something new. It will, like, basically give you another additional ability, maybe? And so I'm trying to figure out which ones does it apply to. Further increases the possession limit for throwable objects. Ooh. Ooh, that's good. Okay, okay. So it looks like basically you can upgrade each ability one time. It costs 1 quartz to upgrade them additionally. Okay. That one's really, really good. I have 24. Okay. 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 14 quartz left. Seven left. Man, so many of these are good, chat. I really, really want to unlock all of them. How many do I actually need here? Let me count it out and see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So I need 26 total. I have 7. That means that I need 19 more quartz. 19 more. Charges Fable upon pulse cell use. Alright, I have 2 more quartz. Partially charges Fable during Legion arm attacks. Okay. I really do like this one, chat. However, the situation that I'm thinking of is like, you know, a lot of the time, yeah, a lot of the time during like combat, especially during boss fights, I'm not really expecting, you know, to perfect guard the boss, in order to try and replenish my fable, right? Like that's not really something that I prioritize or that I focus on. So I don't know how valuable that's going to be for me. Man, this is really, really tough. I just want to, like, get so many more quartz so I can upgrade everything, but yeah. Um, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I really, really want to get more quartz. Man. So I need 19 more quartz, basically, to get all the rest of the upgrades that I did not pick up this time around. Dang, okay, okay. Alright, well, there we go, chat. There we go. Damn, it's so weird to see Hotel Krat in this state. Eventide Hotel Krat. Very interesting. Four out of 8 right now. Okay, okay. Crumpled letter. The letter looks very old. Tear stains are still visible on the paper. My dearest Geppetto, it is my duty to bring you the regrettable news of Camille's death. Reports indicate the job was proceeding as planned when a catastrophic chemical leak occurred, leading to a colossal mortality event. There were no survivors. Due to ongoing toxicity at the site, search and recovery operations have been called off. I cannot describe how much it pains me to deliver this news to you, my friend. Camille shone brightly with the light of genius. All of us, all of Krat, have lost a brilliant star. The Order will provide complete support for the funeral arrangements of Camille and her assistants. Mere currency cannot ever equal the friendship Camille showed us, but we hope you will accept this as a sincere gesture of sympathy for your loss. May trust and friendship between the workshop and the Order never falter. Respectfully, Valentinus Monad, Chief Alchemist of the Isle. I still don't know how to pronounce his name, chat. I don't know. I kind of want to just call him Valentine, but I know it's not Valentine. It's like Valentinus or Valentinus. Yeah, but anyways. So, I am going to assume that Camille was probably Geppetto's wife or just like romantic partner, you know, romantic interest. Letter from an old friend, undelivered. The letter gives off the faint scent of cherries. To the damned geezer known as the head of the workshop. We are still friends, so I'm writing you in that spirit. The tour is finished, without trouble. The best part of it was visiting home again. The child also liked his father's hometown best. He'll make an excellent pianist, you know, unless he follows in his parents' footsteps and walks a more technical path. Whatever lies ahead, the only thing about which I am certain, he needs his father. Of course, I hope poor Camille finds peace. We all miss her. Carlo, most of all. He needs you, Giuseppe. He's a splendid boy. If he resented you once, he understands now. He wants to be with his father. You can't lock yourself away forever. Please, return to your family. A less civilized woman would have wrapped this letter around a cannonball and fired it into the heart of your damnable workshop. But I am civilized and serious. The child awaits you. Please, choose wisely, with your heart. Sincerely yours, Antonia. This page of the letter is in different handwriting. My dearest Antonia, I am truly grateful that you continue to care for my son. Please invoice me for all tour expenses incurred, and you will be fully compensated. Sincerely, Geppetto, head of the workshop. Interesting. Okay, very, very, very interesting information. Who is this? I don't know who that is. There's an elevator there, chat. Oh my god, okay, okay. So this pathway is blocked off. Letter delivered to the garden. Greetings. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. First, I must congratulate you on taking possession of the golden coin tree. As you may have already guessed, this precious and unique tree is a priceless treasure from the age of knights and kings. It has been safeguarded even before the alchemists of the Isle came into existence. But I digress. I suspect history may bore you, so let us proceed directly to business. My conditions are simple. Regularly secure all gold coin fruit in this carrier. While I would prefer to receive the gold coin fruit myself, I cannot delay any further, as there is someone I must find. If you ever need something, simply place a gold coin fruit into the carrier. One last thing. You are free to open and access all areas, but do not open the doors that lead to the basement. Do not forget that this agreement, established before our transaction, remains non-negotiable. I look forward to our future transactions. G. Master of the Ancient Castle. Shit, chat. That's not Geppetto, right? I don't think that's Geppetto. That might be Giangio, right? Is it locked? I think it might be locked. Yeah. I do have the key, even though I used it on you know, a previous area, right? Okay. No new wish stones there. It's good to know. Alright, chat. Let's, what's this? Repair a broken grindstone. Repair the cutting grindstone. Okay. Repair the piercing grindstone. Nice. Hell yeah. Okay. Wait. Hold on. Purchase. Oh. Ooh, this is good, chat. This is real good. Okay. Alright. Don't yet have the plug. Okay. Alright. Great fortune to all visitors, rest for all travelers, blessings to all friends. Kitty! Hi, kitty. A small kitten. She peers around, curious about everything in the hotel. What a beautiful little kitty. Adorable. Okay. Let's talk to this guy. Who is this guy?
Well, a stalker.
Or so I assume, judging by your attire and demeanor. And yet your face is unknown to me. To me, ridiculous. You're a sweeper, perhaps? But no matter. Ignorant fools say that we are adversaries, but in truth, our relationship is not that hostile. I do so look forward to working with you. Have you something to say?
About the red-haired stalker.
Red hair? Red hair? Could you be speaking of Leia Florence? Why didn't you just say so? If you're looking for the legendary stalker, you should just come out with it. But, if I may ask, what could you possibly want with a living legend?
Just curious to help her.
Help her, you say? Yes, she was here, but she took that lift, headed down. Simply said she had something to take care of, but heaven knows what that could be. Perhaps she's gone to slay that poor, crazed lunatic. The one afflicted with the petrification disease. She is the legendary stalker, after all. There's a reason they say only merciful death remains in her wake.
Chat, that kitty in the background is so fucking adorable. I love that cat. If anything happens to that cat, I will murder anyone who dares hurt that cat.
Perhaps you've heard the tale of the Blood Artist. Just one of the monikers of a murderous puppet that targeted only the upper crust of society. It was a dreadful affair. Many a stalker tried to apprehend the Blood Artist, only to die by his blade. But he was no match for one in particular, who took him down on her own. The stalker not only beat the Blood Artist in single combat, but she utterly dismantled him. And she goes by the rather pedestrian name, Leia Florence. Though most everyone just calls her by the loftier moniker, the legendary stalker.
Okay. About Romeo.
Romeo? Never heard of him. Oh, the sidekick. The legendary stalker's young apprentice, I suppose. He could be the reason she's been so, on edge of late.
I need you to tell me more about Romeo, dude. This is like frustrating not knowing. Okay. What year it is?
I beg your pardon? What year is it? Are you under the influence of some strange medication? You may well want to study the provenance of your petrification cure. A word to the wise, don't trust any medicine that an alchemist doesn't hand to you personally. The Monad Charity House. You've heard of the Rose Estate? That's where you'll find your cure.
Okay.
If you're looking for the legendary stalker, she took that lift, went down. Well, don't let me stop you. If you want to talk to her, follow her.
Kitty, kitty, kitty. Oh, I can't pet the kitty. Ugh, I'm so sad, chat. I want to pet the kitty.
Oh, goodness. A new face appears. How do things fare outside, Master Stalker? Let me introduce myself. I am Klaus, merchant extraordinaire and collector of rare ergo. Indeed, you'll be hard-pressed to find a merchant more skilled than I in the handling of all precious goods. You're lucky to find me in a place such as this. A rather uncouth stalker simply dumped me here and left. The world is crumbling before our eyes, and so are people's manners, it seems. As a merchant, it is quite frustrating being stuck here inside this empty hotel. I beg of you, regale me with news of the city when you can, and perhaps buy something, huh?
I like this guy. This guy's good. Ancient discs. Ancient discs can be acquired while exploring the various areas of the Forgotten Time. Klaus is a collector who knows the value of these small discs. You can exchange ancient discs for various goods Klaus possesses. I see. Oh, interesting. Ooh, these are valuable, chat. These are very valuable. Aww, it's a little bell for spring. That is absolutely cute as hell, chat. Okay, so I need to find more of these discs. So far, I've only found one. Okay, so I need 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I need 14 total. Trade rare ergo. Macabre Puppeteer's Ergo. Death's Talons. Ooh. Claw weapon. Okay. Morbid Ambition's Amulet. Increases stamina, consumption, and damage for normal attacks. Wait, what? Increases stamina, consumption, and damage. Okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly, chat, you get extra damage for your attacks with your weapon that you do, right? Normal damage, right? However, simultaneously, the drawback is that your attacks cost you more stamina to use. I don't know if I like this amulet, chat. I don't know if I like it. Yeah, I'm not really someone that likes to... I don't like to, basically take things that are a double-edged sword, that have a good thing and also a bad thing. I rather prefer to use, you know, items or amulets or whatever that only provide positive buffs or positive benefits, right? So yeah, I don't think I like this amulet, but I'm going to hold on to the rare Ergo. I'm not going to spend it just yet. And let's talk with this guy about what he does.
Collecting is my passion. I especially love watches, but as a merchant, I deal solely in rare artifacts. I recently got my hands on a mysterious set of ancient discs unearthed in the ruins. I was taking them to the Rose Estate for an exclusive showcase, but I lost them all in transit due to the chaos engulfing the city. If it wasn't for my injured back, I'd be out searching for them right now. I say, if you find any of my ancient discs, I will reward you handsomely.
That is true. The rewards that he gives are quite valuable.
Oh, that person, I heard her called the legendary Stalker. Well, she certainly lives up to the name. When she rescued me at the zoo, she had no trouble hoisting my hefty body and tossing me about without so much as a grunt of effort. She muttered something about searching for her apprentice in a laboratory, but she was so on edge that I pressed no further. Still, I must say, it is not unreasonable to expect better treatment and a friendlier demeanor from your rescuer.
Okay, about Lumaccio.
Do you mean the leader of the bastards? The man standing over there? My weak heart and spirit prevent me from speaking to such an imposing fellow. I've heard he's quite capable and holds influence over others in many ways. He is conducting important work. But he does frighten me to no end. I'm sure he's a good man, but please don't reveal I spoke ill of him.
Okay. About what year it is.
I'm sorry, you want to know the year? I don't understand the question. You must be referring to the swirling rumors about an era of calamity coming due to the worsening situation with the petrification disease. Let's see, what other news? I hear the opening of the Grand Exhibition will be cancelled. Also, whispered voices say the alchemists lost something. What that might be, though, I cannot say. Besides that, nothing else significant comes to mind.
I don't know why it's so hard for people to just give me a year, like tell me what the current year is. About the Rose Estate.
The Rose Estate was my original destination. Many notable people fled there due to the petrification disease. Not to boast, but I am a rather famous merchant. I had received an invitation to the estate, and I was on my way there when I became engulfed by chaos. I should make my way to the estate, but my back pain, I'm glad the legendary stalker rescued me, and it was an honor, though I'd wish she'd been gentler. I cannot sit or lie down. Oh, do you know how terribly inconvenient that is?
Poor dude. Poor dude. So. Nah.
I cannot believe my eyes. You found one of my discs. I'm touched, truly. Collecting may seem a silly thing to you, but this simple act connects me deeply to the larger world. Just imagine, who were the ancient beings who engraved these discs? Did they worship a god, curse a devil? Or had they endured dark times as we have and sought the solace of an angel? Imagining others reaching the light after a dark night gives me hope this nightmare will end. Now, if you find more discs, I will offer you other valuable rewards in exchange.
Okay.
As a merchant,
let's go ahead and I'm gonna grab this one, chat, just because, you know, as many cores as we can get our hands on, that is what I desire, right? In order to level myself up, get myself, you know, stronger, right? Okay. So I think, chat, let me see. We've already explored everything around here, I'm pretty sure. Let me check the Stargazer. So we have the merchant there. We have, our good old friendly puppet that we can talk to who will give us something of value. And I think that's basically it. I don't think we have anyone else that needs to talk to us back at the original Hotel Krot. Yeah, so we'll check in with our friend here.
Hello, my only friend. What have you come to tell me? It feels good. Like being hugged by the sun. It is a brilliant feeling. Like the start of spring. Thanks.
Okay, ergo fragment. I'll take it. I'll take it. Alright. Teleport. Yeah, so we still have this merchant here. What I'll probably do, chat, is I will ask some other Lies of P players to see, like, what the answer is, whether this merchant is the only guy who, will take the tea set that we found. So we'll do that. I'll do that offline. And, yeah. So I'm going to teleport to the Eventide Hotel Krot, the old Hotel Krot. And I think we're going to go ahead and pause the stream here. I think we're going to end today's stream at this point, because it is currently getting closer and closer to 4 a.m. in the morning. And I do have school today, basically. Not only that, but I have some homework assignments that I have not yet completed, so I definitely need to do that. But yeah, for now, we'll go ahead and pause the game here. We will pick up our, you know, journey of the Overture DLC Day 3 during my next live stream. Yeah, so let me first of all interact with this thing right here, and then I'll continue talking afterwards, chat. Kitty! Oh, this is so cute, chat. Adorable little thing. I think I saw Pinocchio smile there for a second. This is absolutely fantastic, chat. Okay. Cancel B. Oh, man. I wish that I could, like, leave Pinocchio sitting here while I, you know, kind of exit to the title screen and you know, exit the game. And then I can, like, load back in and he's sitting on this chair. That would be really cool. Alright. Cool. Go ahead and let the game save. Nice. Go here. Title screen. Yes. And then what I'm going to do, chat, is settings. I'm going to turn the audio down very, very temporarily, just for this moment, chat. I want to take a moment to chat with you guys and you know, tell you guys about what to expect for this upcoming week. So those of you out there who are maybe not familiar with my channel, I will remind you guys, I'll say this and give you guys this information. But those of you out there who are familiar with my channel, you will already know this. Typically every week, I try to stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday, every single weekend, if possible. Now, due to the fact that I have school and I have, you know, obviously like family obligations and things IRL that need my attention, I sometimes miss a day of streaming if the situation is not good, right? If my priorities are elsewhere. So during this upcoming week, right, the next time that I should be going live and streaming is going to be June, so it's going to be Friday, June 20th, right? I should be able to go live and stream on the 20th. I should be able to say hello and hang out with you guys on Friday. However, I do want to kind of share some potential information with you guys. So there are two different friends of mine that I have, you know, messaged, and they've messaged me, and we have talked about the idea of basically meeting up, hanging out, grabbing some food together, just, you know, enjoying each other's company during this upcoming weekend. I am going to be, you know, probably by Thursday, I will be, you know, messaging these two friends of mine and asking them, like, hey, what day were you thinking? You know, do you want to go on Friday? Do you want to go on Saturday, Sunday? What's your schedule like, right? So if hypothetically, you know, maybe one of my friends, they're like, oh, let's hang out Friday evening, right? If that happens, then either I might have to do a super duper late stream, or I might have to reschedule my stream entirely on Friday. The same thing goes for, you know, Saturday and Sunday as well. If my friends are like, let's hang out on Saturday, let's hang out on Sunday, then those days, you know, my streaming schedule is going to be impacted. Now, I do want to share with you guys that I know for a fact on Saturday, which is June 21st, I have a very, very, very wonderful, amazing, dear friend of mine who is flying in from out of state to basically, I think they're attending a wedding in this area, and they're coming over and they're stopping by and they're visiting, right? On Saturday, I will 100% guaranteed be spending time with them. I will be, I think, grabbing lunch with them. I don't know if we're going to be doing anything after lunch. Maybe not, because I'm sure that my friends have, you know, other plans, since they are coming over here to, you know, attend a wedding event and you know, do some other high priority activities. So if, you know, hypothetically, I hang out with my friends and grab lunch with them on Saturday, then, you know, I may be able to still go live and stream during that evening, during the afternoon, during the evening time on Saturday. That should be fine. But there's a chance that, you know, maybe I spend quite a long time hanging out with my friends. Maybe one of my other friends that, you know, I've been texting, messaging, maybe they're like, hey, let's go grab dinner on Saturday and let's hang out in the evening time. So that may happen. Therefore, long story short, right, TLDR, if there are any, you know, significant changes to my streaming schedule during the next weekend, I will keep you guys updated via the Twitch Stories function, right? So make sure to pay attention, and you know, if you see that I have released a brand new Twitch story, it's probably going to be an update on my streaming schedule for this next week. I will hopefully, right, you know, for my Friday live stream, I will hopefully know by Thursday evening whether I'm going to be doing anything on Friday, whether I have IRL plans on Friday. I will say, I think there is a good chance that I will be streaming on Friday, so you shouldn't be worried about that. But Saturday and Sunday, those are still iffy. Those are still maybe. So I'll keep you guys updated via the Twitch stories, and then if I do go live and stream on Friday, as I plan to, as I want to, then I will let you guys know on my Friday stream whether anything is happening Saturday or Sunday, right? But yeah. Until then, I'm gonna have to say, you know, peace out, farewell. You know, Monday through Thursday, I'm going to be completely, you know, not streaming. I'm going to be off Twitch. And I'm going to be basically just focusing on school because for those that don't know, during this next week, I believe that I have my kind of like final exams, at least for one of my classes. I don't know about the other classes that I'm taking because I think maybe some of the other classes that I'm taking, the final exam could be not this upcoming week, but the next week after that, right? So starting on like, what day is that? I think that's like June 24th. No, June 23rd. So June 23rd through the 27th, that week may possibly be another week where I have, you know, final exams where I have, I have like high priority stuff that needs my attention, right? But yeah. In any case, that's basically it. That's all I have for you guys today. I had a really fun stream today. I had a great time. You know, the boss that we fought in today's live stream, it was a very tough boss fight. Very challenging. But I think that overall I did enjoy it quite a lot. You know, I like the theme, I like the music, I like the lore aspect about it, and so, you know, I'm very happy that I got to, you know, fight that boss, that I got to learn the boss a little bit, and you know, overcome the challenge, basically. Yeah, so what I'm basically going to be doing, chat, I think this is not going to be very surprising to anyone out there, but what I want to do is I want to basically save the VODs of my Overture DLC playthrough, and I want to eventually upload it to my YouTube channel after, you know, after putting it through an editor and making sure that it's suitable for YouTube uploading without being copyrighted or DMCA flagged or anything like that, right? So yeah, but for now, I will say that I will see you guys on Friday, June 20th. If plans change, then keep an eye out on my Twitch channel. I will let you guys know via the Twitch Stories function. Yeah. Okay, so let me see, chat. Who can we raid today? Okay. chat, I think I'm gonna raid over to a good friend of mine, a very wonderful person. This streamer, they primarily what they do. Actually, before I say anything, let me click on their stream and let me see what's going on here. Ooh. Oof, that's too loud. Okay, never mind, chat. Yeah, no, I changed my target. So, I was gonna raid one of my good friends that I really, really appreciate, that I really enjoy, you know, watching their live streams and chatting with them and whatever. However, the unfortunate thing is that I believe they are gonna be ending their stream sometime soon, maybe within the next, like, 20 minutes or so. Therefore, I don't want to, like, raid over to them and, you know, have you guys be just, like, sent over to yet another channel. I don't want you guys bouncing around, right? I guess today, the only other option that we have is to raid good old Pirate Software, who is playing Dune Awakening, yet again. It seems like, I feel like Dune Awakening, at least maybe for a couple weeks, maybe for a couple months, perhaps, Pirate Software is likely going to be playing this game. It seems like he's really enjoying it. It seems like he really has found a game that, you know, he is willing to sink a lot of hours into. So, yeah, he's currently on the grind, currently playing more Dune Awakening on his stream. Yeah, I kind of hate how Twitch does this, where it will, like, kind of automatically adjust the volume and put it at, like, maximum volume if you click on a brand new stream. I do not like that function, but anyways, there we go. So we have his stream pulled up, it's muted right now, and I'm going to pull up my good old outro song here. If it'll load properly. Pausing, champing. There we go. Okay. Outro song is ready to go, chat. Cool. Anyways, here we are. We're at the conclusion. Day 2 of the Overture DLC. We made some very, very, very respectable progress. I'm very happy with it. Yeah, I'm curious to see what the next major boss fight is going to be. I hope it's not going to be a pain in the ass, and I hope we get to, you know, see some really, really cool stuff with the, you know, new areas that we're going to be exploring in the game. Let me grab our favorite little mascot, our best friend, and we'll get the outro going. So let me see here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, come here. There we go. Oof. Look at him. He's so chonky, chat. He's so fluffy. All right. Chat, my lovely chat. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. Appreciate you guys so much. Massive shout out to anyone and everyone who stopped by. I know that there was, early on in the stream, there was Modified Bear, there was Juicy, there was, who else? Bobster. There was also, of course, the raiding party brought over by Archdin. Massive shout out to Arch. If you guys aren't following Arch, please go and do so. Arch is a wonderful streamer. He is an Australian gentleman. And he plays a lot of Souls games, a lot of Souls-like games. And then, you know, as you guys heard earlier in the stream, he is currently playing through Resident Evil for the very, very first time. For me, personally, Resident Evil is not my cup of tea. It's not my jam. But, yeah, for him, it seems like he's having a very, very enjoyable time experiencing Resident Evil with his own journey, with his experience, right? So massive shout-out to Archdin. Massive shout-out to, there was Swellas who stopped by, and, you know, he was chatting with Arch. There was, of course, Michan, a wonderful, wonderful streamer who is best friends with Arch, and you know, Michan and Arch kind of like to stream a lot of the same games, like to, you know, collab with one another quite a bit, so definitely go check out Michan. Michan is a wonderful, amazing human being, so shout out to them. Yeah, anyone and everyone who stopped by today's stream, whether you sent a message, whether you were lurking, you know, whether you stuck around or whether you dipped out after a couple minutes, I appreciate all of you amazing, wonderful human beings out there. As always, I love to say this at the end of my stream. Everyone, whether you were watching the stream, you currently are watching the stream, you will be watching the VOD in the future, thank you, thank you, thank you. I would not be able to, you know, chit-chat and hang out and have a fun time with other people without an audience, right? Obviously. And so I want all of you out there to please stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy. Eat lots of yummy delicious food. Make sure you guys drink plenty of water. Always, always, always stay hydrated. Bottom line, take care of yourselves, right? Stay comfy, stay cozy. And I will see you guys on Friday, June 20th, assuming that no plans change. Yeah, I'll see you guys then. Until that time comes, have a wonderful week ahead, chat. And good night. Farewell. I'll swap over to the ending screen, and I'll start the outro song. That's what I'll do. So let's do that, shall we? All right. Peace out, guys. Good night. Bye-bye. From me and the mascot. See you later. We love you. Bye.